Alrighty. Oh yeah. This. Dude, I'm still mad about this one. Last week, when I was on Twitch, I was streaming this with. Oh, damn, what was that event called? The event with Faressa and what the hell is that girl's name? I always call her Roller Skates because I forget her name. No, when they were in Dragon's Spine, and then I had to do the story and the mini games and all the other stuff. I was literally like 1 minute away because I completely forgot to do the what you call it, to do the resin, the 120 resin. Yep. So I missed it. But anyways, I have more than enough time to get a constellation. I wonder. Wait, you can still do this after? Yeah, we're gonna talk about a whole bunch of stuff because yeah, so much happened since last time, man. Oh yeah, you can. Oh wow. Whoops. Alright, well, on the other servers, I didn't do it. Because I thought, because I was already at the max and I claimed it. So I thought once you get the 5 and you claim the mega one, like that was it. You couldn't do another one after that. Well, I was just gonna go into I think I could do one more. I don't know if I should do one more, or I should just wait for Columbina. I mean, realistically, I'm probably just gonna end up losing the 50-50 anyway, so. We'll see. But, actually, you know what? Let's just do the dailies just for the hell of it. Also, give me some time to just yap about other stuff. Right before I get into, the Genshin stuff. Because, honestly, I kind of felt like playing Wuthering Waves, but yeah, I was seeing too much stuff, and then even on a Hoya Lab, making like little posts about Columbina and all this like other places. Well, the new region in the next update, like those places. which I already knew about like way before because unfortunately I saw leaks about that from way before, so it wasn't that much of a surprise, sadly. But we're still, I'll look through the post and see what's what. Because I did see one interesting thing about a witch. We'll get into that later. Because it kind of sounds like Alice, but then it kind of doesn't.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light,
But,
and humans are the same.
it probably is Alice. I might just be overthinking it like always. Always overthink everything.
Rev the engines! Yeah. Yeah.
What are those seashells? No. Okay.
Full throttle!
Second, I thought those were like those seashell things that you use for. Is it Yelan? I think it's Yelan that uses those level up materials. But yeah, anyways, I saw so much stuff, man. A lot has happened since last time. But I streamed almost like a month ago on YouTube. Ay, 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 dude. I always keep on saying I gotta try to be way more consistent on YouTube. But, uh, I will say this though. When, Arkanites come out, I'm probably gonna. Oh, YouTube might honestly take over Twitch for me. Maybe. Because when I do Arkanites Enfield, I'm gonna do that on YouTube. I'm not gonna do that on Twitch. If I do, it'll probably be,
Rev the engines!
I don't even know why I did all that complicated stuff. Such as going up the normal way.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm gonna be playing Arknights Enfield on YouTube. I'm not gonna do that on Twitch. If I do, it'll probably be like little stuff. Like, maybe some leveling up. Some of the world quests, if they have world quests in that game, which I'm pretty sure they would. But like, main story, uh, probably pulling, but nah, I'll probably just do what I usually do. I'll probably pull like at the beginning or the end of the stream. That's what I usually do anyway, if I have enough. But if the story or like an update to the game with a new story is like something I'm very, very like looking forward to, I'll just go like right into the quests. Don't even do the trials, don't even go into the mail, don't do anything else. I'll just go straight into the quest. Which I'm definitely gonna do that when the next update comes out. Because yeah, I cannot wait to see what the gigantic reveal is gonna be with the Doctor. cause I've been thinking about like some ideas, some things just like floating in my head, and then of course the real gigantic big one. That I think he's Reed Miller. I still think he's Reed Miller to this day. So I want to go through all that stuff and then also do well, that would probably be a stream after that. I don't think I'll do that the same day. But I also want to do the World Quest because the World Quest is the last two Reed Miller treasure pieces. So there's that. Then the stuff with Eluga, his story quest is wrapped into the World Quest. And then, of course, Lightkeeper's lore, which will also be in the World Quest. And then I want to see what the hell is that eye thing in some part of the island. Because I don't know if, well, two things. I'm pretty sure it's separated from the World Quest and the Archon Quest with that purple eye. But if it's not, and if it's connected to the Archon Quest, then I wonder how the Doctor is gonna use the Abyss with that purple eye. Because I was thinking that was Nubalong. Yeah, because last week I went to I went to a bit of a rabbit hole about trying to figure some stuff out with the lore and what could possibly happen in the future. But yeah, like I said, we'll get into all that stuff. Um didn't I pick this up? I guess not. Okay.
Burn it down! Farewell!
Excuse me. My God. But yeah, while I do this, let's get into all the other stuff that's not Genshin related. And even though I did talk about them before, to be fair, it was on Twitch. And like I said, I haven't been here since like a month. Or almost a month.
Rise to the sun! Be free!
So, what should we? Oh, let's go Star Rail. Star Rail's not that big of a deal, or not that much has came out since then. Well, kind of did, but anyways, um, yeah, the new elation power. Mm, nah, I don't know, dude. I'm still kind of on the fence about it. I mean, the animations looks cool. I still don't know exactly. I don't understand fully how it works, especially with like because you have the skill points on the bottom right, and then above the skill points, you have the elation mask, and then it's like numbers that kind of just like stacks on top of each other. Like while you're just playing like throughout the like the fight. But of course it gets higher and higher while using elation people. So yeah, just like stuff like that. But like as far as like burning through the skill points and then also regaining some skill points and then just burning right through it again. Because I thought like it will probably be like say like you have a team with like Sparkle, Sparksy, Yao Guan, and Dong Hong, right? You do like everybody's burst and whatnot, or ultimate, whatever. And then you get to Sparkle, because Sparkle with hers, it regenerates the skill points. Of course, it does other stuff also. But I'm just only talking about skill points stuff. So it regenerates the skill points, and then you use Sparksy, and then you do her skill, and you can like burn through it. And then sometimes, like while she's burning through it, she also regains skill points. But while she's regaining skill points, it's not like it's taking it away from like the elation tally mark. Well, not really tally mark, like the numbers. Like it's not like decreasing the stack. It like keeps on adding the stack. Because I thought until I like rewatched the people basically leaking the beta of how the people fight. Um, yeah, I was watching that, and then it didn't like decrease the elation point because I thought it would decrease from elation and then go into the skill, but it doesn't do that. It just when you I don't know exactly how it works, but when you lose, I guess a certain amount of skill points, then you get like a bonus elation 2 points, and then when you get like a bonus 2, then you regain a skill point, and then you could just burn through it again, and then so on and so on. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure how the hell it works, but it'll make more sense later on. And besides, I'd be too lazy to be reading kit stuff. Which I probably should. Because now that I'm talking about reading kit stuff, because last week when I was on Twitch, I was talking about Varka, because his kit got leaked. And I forgot to read through the whole thing. Because while I was like kind of like skimming through it, and then it mentioned something. Damn, my controller's already about to die. Jeez. And then it was mentioning something about that he has to be paired with a Magus character, which I guess is the next group of like the not exactly like the Hexacircles, because the Hexacircles is something else. But I guess it's like the Knights of Favonius. I guess maybe those people get a buff, and everyone within the Knights of Favonius is called the Magus buff. I guess so. But yeah, anyways, going back to Sparksy and the whole elation thing. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's pretty cool, the animations and the concept of so far what I understand. I think is decent. I think it's gonna be good. But my problem But it's not. I really shouldn't phrase it like that because I make it sound like it's a bad thing. But I don't know. I think with the elation thing, like everything happens too often and too fast, and then like the whole elation thing is like, I don't know. I think it's like too. I don't know. I think it's just too out there. It sounds kind of crazy. It makes me sound like uh, like uh like extremely old, but dude, it's like so much like flashing colors and lights and stuff appearing all over the screen, and yeah, it's kind of a bit too much. And then you also have like the music with the the stuff on the screen, and then aha laughing, which that I don't mind too much because I kind of figured that if there is gonna be an elation power, aha would be laughing throughout people's elation animations. But I don't know, it's just like everything all together, just all happening like at one time. I don't know. I just think it's a bit too much. Again, I'm not hating it. I'm not saying that they should change it or whatever. Because the concept of it is pretty good. And even the animations itself is also good. But just me personally, when all that stuff is happening at one time, because you could do like Yaguan's ultimate, do Sparksy's ultimate, then it would do like the Elation follow up of both Yaguan and Sparksy. Then it would do its own elation thing because of the elation stacks. And then you would do like Sparksy's skill, and then it will go back into the ultimate, and then after that it'll be the elation follow up thing. It's like, and literally all that is happening like in a span of like 20 seconds. So it's I don't know, it's kind of crazy. I'm not really into the whole, you know, flashy lights and this, all that stuff like that. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, dude, they gotta be careful, cause that all that stuff could give people like epilepsy. People, when people are gonna stream the new update when they come out, they gotta put like an epilepsy warning. Oh my god, dude, I could just imagine the future when your whole team is elation. Oh god. Dude. Bro. That's gonna be insane. Bro. I don't think I could do that. I might have to play on mute. Because there's gonna be some endgame mode that's gonna force you to do a full elation team in the future. It's gonna happen. It always does. So, Jesus Christ, dude. Just already thinking about it. And I could just imagine the other people. Like how their elation follow up is gonna be, how their ultimate is gonna be, the skill. Oh man. Because I guarantee you Sparksy is not the only you know, how do I say it? Well, this is gonna sound weird. Well, not weird in a bad. Anyways, because basically, Starro will be technically considered like some anime game, right? But like with the characters in it, they're not like anime like, if that makes sense. But with Sparksy, she's like an anime VTuber type of thing. Or something like a VTuber. So basically, I said all that just to say that she's definitely not going to be the only one that's like that. There's going to be probably at least like 3 to 4 more people that's just like her. They're going to be very eccentric and out there and, you know, VTuber like or streamer like and, you know, all that stuff. So I could just imagine their powers. Their powers is going to be just like Sparksy. And I guarantee you they're also going to be Elation. So having Sparksy on a team with all those other people, dude, bro, it's gonna be insane. Oh, bro, I could have just been like, I could have been just doing this while just talking the whole time. But honestly, I'm not even really reading into this. And I've done this so many times already. It's just, I already kind of know the story. But, yeah, like I said, I don't think this should change it. I think the concept is pretty good, pretty cool also. But yeah, I definitely cannot put a full Elation team, bro. Honestly, I don't even know if I could put 2 on one team. That might be just too much for me, bro. Bro, I might just get a headache, like within like 2 cycles of like a fight of just doing that. Bro, you know what'd be so funny? This is just like a completely random thought, but I wonder if Hoyoverse did that purposely to basically try to make everyone try to do like zero cycle type stuff, so we won't hear the Elation like for a long time. Because if we zero cycle it, you know, obviously the battle would be much shorter.
Try and stop me.
Now that I'm using that Vuka, well, okay, because I said I was gonna get into it later, which I still am, but just to sidetrack a little bit, supposedly Mavuka is gonna be terrible against the Doctor. I wonder how true that is. Because I'd be too lazy to be fixing teams or even building. Shoot, I got so much building to do. I'm way too lazy to do it, honestly. But surprisingly, I do decent in endgame stuff, so I don't really care too much. But yeah, anyways, supposedly Mavuka supposed to be bad against the Doctor. I wonder what team I should use. That's also another thing, because I've been seeing stuff like that, but then like I'll actually like go into a fight using like certain people that's like quote unquote oh god, he's gonna shoot. Well, that's alright. I've been using people that's like quote unquote bad for certain people, and then I do perfectly fine. So I don't know. That's why I really don't listen to all that meta stuff.
Incinerate! Farewell.
But yeah. I think overall for the new place in Starro, I think it's gonna be pretty good.
Not too far now.
Okay, I didn't even mean to do that. Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty good. Because I also saw, which this is another. Honestly, I think this might be the last time I look at people's animations. Because before, bro, it never used to be like that. But lately, when I will try to see people's animations, then all of a sudden I just get spammed. And I get spoiled with seeing like new places, new bosses, sometimes even stuff in the story. Like, dude, I hate that. I don't like. I don't like seeing stuff like that. I'd rather just be surprised by that. But the animations is the only thing I really care about. But I honestly I might just stop looking at that stuff. Like if it appears and I see it, then I see it. But I don't think I'm gonna like actively go and search for, you know, like Kalabina's animations or. Well, I shouldn't say Kalabina, because Kalabina's gonna come out this week. Like Varka's animations or Lohan's animations. I'll just wait to either the live stream or, like I said, if I just see it randomly, then I'll just see it. But I don't think I'm gonna search up stuff anymore. Because with Sparksy and Yao Guan, that's what I did. I looked at their animations. Everything was fine. I saw some stuff with them on teams and how they fight and work with other people, which I could kind of grasp for the most part what they do in a team. But yeah, that's really it. And then after that, bro, I started seeing bosses, level up materials. I even saw, which I'm pretty sure is gonna be the main boss, which, spoilers just in case, I don't know if you want to skip or mute for like 30 seconds. But yeah, the boss is literally Sparksy herself. It's like a big, gigantic version of Sparksy. And then she has like these two little TVs. Because on the left side, I believe is like a bunny, and on the right side is Sparksy, like inside the TV. So, but yeah. Which, that's actually pretty interesting because in the drip marketing, it actually says from AHA that Sparksy is #1 most likely to be everywhere at one time. Or something like along those lines. So, yeah, she's gonna be everywhere. She's gonna be everything at once. I wonder what the whole gist of the story would be. Because we know so far, like from the devs themselves, not from a leak, that, that what you call it, that we're going there for some celebration that Aha is doing. And in that celebration, he's giving people his power for like 2-3 minutes, I think. And then that's just about it. But of course, since it's Star Rail, he'll probably give people his power and then he can't retrieve it back. Or he give it to the wrong person and then they steal his power and do a whole bunch of crazy stuff, so yeah. We just gotta wait and see. I still think Aha is not inside the Star Rail universe. I think he's still sitting on top of the imaginary tree. But yeah, that's well, I don't know. Maybe we could get into that later. Because I was gonna say that could be a conversation for another day. But I don't know. We could probably get into that later. And honestly, it's really not even that. Well, I say it's not that long, but then I'll mention that in the imaginary tree, then I'll start talking about Xandar and all that other stuff, and then I'm really gonna go off the rails. And then I'm gonna be talking about Star Wars the whole entire time. And that's not what I want to do. Because we need to talk about Liben and what he said. Because unfortunately, even on Twitch, I didn't stream that part. But I did screenshot the stuff he was saying about Dormant Port. And then I was watching a small part of Minslip's video. Okay, so let's back up a bit. Because I didn't know Liben appeared last week. Because I was just watching random Genshin stuff. Some of that stuff we're gonna get into. Because it's about the oh my god, I'm stuck on stupid. The Columbina trailer. The thing with her going back in time and the person snapping, which, oh my god, dude. I don't know why in the hell everyone keeps on saying it's the doctor. It's not the doctor. It's literally not the doctor who snapped his fingers. We don't even know if it's a he. But anyways, it's not anybody we've seen in the game yet. And I literally have the proof because I went back and I looked at all potential people who could do something like that. I went back and I was watching trailers, animations. Well, some animations are trailers, but just like watching everything, even some of the some of the stuff inside the story, and no one matches overhand gold and underhand white. So, and it's I already know what someone is gonna be thinking. It's the Doctor's new god form. No, it is not. No, it is not. Because, again, I went back and I was watching stuff and I watched the Doctor's new form and I was looking at every single detail. And on the gold part of his arm, It's all gold, overhand and underhand, with the blue lines in between. And then on the other side, with the blue and white, it's yeah, it's like blue and white on both overhand and underhand, with the that blue line in between also, where it looks like the same glowing type of blue from up there, like the celestial nail, which I'll go over there later also. Because last week I was talking about this and the doctor and stuff. But but yeah, anyways, we're gonna get more into that later, and I'll re-talk about the stuff I talked about on Twitch on here, especially with that, because now that I'm thinking, I don't think that's actually true primordial power. That might be Nubelong's power, and I'll get to the reason why later. But where was I even going with this before? Bro, this happens way too often. Star Rail with the new place. So yeah, I saw the new boss. I saw some of the enemies. You know, bro, I'm kind of surprised they did that. Some of the enemies, they don't look like Penacony enemies, but like the way like they, how do I explain it? I guess like the way like they fight, like the animations and like their like body movement, like literally everything, even some of the power that they use to like fight against the player, like their own power, it kind of looks like Penacony also, which I'm surprised. Because it's supposed to look different, but it don't really look different. Like, I mean, it kind of looks different, like in the sense of, I guess like physical appearance, but like animation-wise, they don't feel or look different. It looks like you're just fighting new Penacony enemies. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. But anyways, and then I saw some of the open world. The open world looks flawless. It looks amazing, and it goes from daytime into nighttime. Oh, dude, literally looks amazing. And nighttime is the best looking, because then they also have like this gigantic moon, like in the sky. And there's also like a rock ship that's stuck inside of the side of the moon. It's pretty funny. Yeah, dude, and then there's so many memes on that planet also, which again I'm not surprised about because it is AHA. So, and it's elation. So everything the mass fools do is like just like jokes. They don't really take anything serious. So I'm not surprised like everywhere you look and every interaction with the NPC is like some type of meme. Oh, you know what they also have? Which is pretty funny. I don't know if anyone remembers, but the toilet that you sit on in the space station, they have those same toilets in the new planet. I don't know if you can sit on it. From the video that I saw, the person didn't go and try to sit on the toilet. But while they were like walking around, I saw I saw that same toilet. So hopefully you can. It'll be pretty funny. I wonder where it will lead you this time. I wonder if you sit on the toilet in the new planet, it will send you to her space station. That would be pretty funny. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, there was one more thing. There's supposed to be a new endgame mode. I don't know what it is. So, I don't know if it's something like the normal ones, kind of like the Perfection and the Apocalypse Shadow or whatever it's called. So I don't know if it's like a normal one like that, or it's like the hardcore version, like the Anomaly. What is that thing called? Anomaly. Oh, what is it called? Anomaly. Is it Attribution or something like that? But that's like the hardcore endgame mode. When when you gotta pick like three of your best teams and then try to like one or two cycle the enemy like at a same like hard difficulty, and then after you do that you gotta fight one last mega boss basically with like the one perfect team. um and then that one I think you have to like one or zero cycle or something like that. So that's like for the that's like end game for the whales. But like normal end game, that's like Pure Fiction and Apocalypse Shadow, and the other one I can't think of either. Which I don't even know why I can't think of. I was doing no earlier. I was doing Pure Fiction. So, but anyways, I don't know if the new end game is the normal one or the one for the whales. So just gotta wait and see. Yeah. Now that's basically all. Like the stuff. Hold on. Is this thing? Yeah, it's charging. Okay. That's basically all the stuff for Genshin. I mean, not Genshin. Star Rail. Uh, Zenless Zone. Oh, Zenless Zone is good. I like what I'm seeing. I only seen the animations of damn, what's the two characters? Araya and Suna or Suna. No, I'm pretty sure it's Suna. Suna and Araya. They look really good, extremely good. Um, which I don't understand why people are saying they're weak. Cause I was watching, which I talked about this last week on Twitch, but anyways, I was watching some person like doing the beta, and it was Araya, Miyabi, and Suna, and all three of them was Mindscape Zero and W Engine Zero. So they had well, Araya, she had someone else's W engine, not her own. Miyabi had someone else's, and Suna, I think she had a 4-star. I don't even think she had a 5-star. That was someone else's. But anyways, it was all engines that didn't belong to them. And they were doing Deadly Assault, and they were fighting, I believe, the Dead End Butcher, if I'm not mistaken. And bro, they did like extremely well. Because the max to get 3 stars is like 20,000, 20 or 25,000. I forgot to check that also. And I was literally playing that earlier. And I literally forgot. But anyways, um, but yeah, so the 3 star level, like to get all the rewards, is like 20 or 25,000 points. And the person that I went to, I mean, that I saw, not I went to, because I don't have the beta. I wish. Um, but yeah. So the person that I was watching, they went to 55,000. Bro, they doubled the amount of what they needed at M0 and W Engine 0, which is insane, literally insane. I thought that was phenomenal. But then I was reading the comments and bro, they were like, "Oh, I I expected way more from Arya. Arya looked pretty weak, and Suna doesn't look like she works like too well with other anomalies." Like, what? Like, bro, what? Like, bro, what the hell? Like, do we all watch? Not like, did people just went into the video and then just started like typing in chat without watching the whole thing? Or did they just watch the video and fell asleep in it? Or like what? That's insane. How did they perform badly when all of them was M0 and W Engine 0? And the person in the video reached like 55,000 points. That's insane. Like, what? Like, how does Arya and Suna is weak? I don't get that. How did they suck? Like, dude, that was crazy to see. And bro, this is exactly why I say meta is stupid. Because like, what do you expect for them to do? Like, did people expect the next people after the Void Hunters to perform like a Void Hunter? Like, I don't get it. That literally makes no sense. That's like insanely dumb. I genuinely don't understand. Bro, it's like this game. Like, Mavuka, well, let's just pretend, she just came out today or whatever, right? So she comes out today, then she's an Archon, right? So she's extremely strong. And then the next update is Auroron. And obviously Auroron, he's pretty strong, but he's not an Archon level strong, and he's not even a 5 star. So to say like Auroron is like complete dog shit compared to an Archon, like that's like I don't know, like that doesn't even make any sense. It's like there's because that's literally basically what's happening right now with Araria and Suna, because they're coming out after Yi Xuangan, which is a Void Hunter, which is basically like the equivalent of an Archon in Genshin terms, if you want to put it like that. And Araria and Suna does clearly extremely well. Because the person in the video literally reached 55,000 at both Mindscape and W Engine Zero. So, but I guess people just have that expectation of everyone being like some near omnipotent, like god type player. I don't understand it. Because Yi Xuan Gan is like phenomenal. Like she's like light years ahead of everyone. The only one who can match up to her is Miyabi. But Miyabi is also a Void Hunter, so. But everyone else is like so far behind her. But it's not like they're like completely like unusable or like dog shit. Like I don't know. I never understood that about meta. Like someone new comes out, and then if they're not up to par with like the previous person, when I don't think that's literally the case all the time, especially if they're not a DPS character. Even if they are a DPS character, like I don't think everyone should be like power creeping each other like back to back to back to back to back. Because then it would be like completely pointless of just pulling characters. But anyways, it just yeah, I don't understand what people expectations are of Arya and Suna. They're extremely good. I don't know what the hell people are complaining about. It's honestly stupid. But that's meta for you. But anyways, so yeah, that was the only thing I saw for Zenless Zone. Was just them two. Oh no. That's what I saw last week. And then yesterday, I saw Haramusha. They gave him Awakened Potential, which is basically like buffs. If anyone doesn't play Zenless Zone, it's kind of like the Hex and Circle buff, basically. You know how Albedo, Venti, Klee, Razor, Official, how they got buffed. So in Zenless Zone, they're doing the same thing with older characters. Because so far, it's Ellen Jo, Soldier 11, Soldier Envy, Grace, Bernice, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Because in the next update is Haramusha. He's getting buffed. And I'm surprised by this one. Lycon is getting buffed. Because Lycon is extremely good. I didn't think he needed a buff. I mean, I'm pretty sure all standard characters are gonna get buffs eventually. But since I think he is the best standard character, I thought he was gonna be last. But I guess not. But with his buff, it's not really like ability wise. It's kind of like availability, if that makes sense. Because like the whole Aftershock mechanic that they have in Zenless Zone, which is like if you switch to a different character. So like, okay, if I switch to Farina, then Auroran would still be on the field just fighting enemies, right? That's kind of like the Aftershock. I mean, it's much deeper than that, but that's just the simplest terms. If anyone seeing this doesn't play Zenless Zone, that's like the simplest terms of Aftershock. Um, yeah, so it's like the character leaving the field, you switching to a different one, and the one that you switched to, the previous one is still on the field, fighting for a couple seconds. So it's almost like two characters on the field fighting at the same time. That's basically a very small, simplistic version of it. Um, but yeah, that's what Lycon does. He kind of has like an aftershock um, mechanic now, but like everything else is basically the same. Which, again, I'm not surprised by that. Everything else being the same because, like I said, he is the best standard character in Zenless Zone. So I didn't think he needed a buff until like they do all the other ones, and then he was the last one. But yeah, it is what it is. I just wonder who they're gonna do after that. Like in the update following the next one. Because, dude, I don't understand how the hell Nikomata didn't get a buff. Nikomata is like, whoa, when I was using her, but that was in the beginning of the game, so everything was much easier. Like, she did pretty good, but compared now to everyone else, and the way, like, the mechanics change in Zenless Zone, like, so much has changed in Zenless Zone. It kind of feels like a brand new game since, like, day one. So, Nikomata has to have a buff. She has to have a buff. She should have been the first standard character to have a buff. But, nope. Still nothing on her yet. Which, I don't know what the hell they're waiting for. like, seriously, I generally do not understand what they're waiting for. Like, are they waiting for Nicole and Billy to have a 5-star version? And when that 5-star version comes out, Nekomata is gonna have a buff. And then while she has that buff, they're gonna give her a costume also. like seriously, like is that what they're trying to do? Cause dude, it's literally insane. How she's like the weakest one now, and they did nothing. But yet they're buffing the best standard character in the game when he doesn't need one yet. So I don't know. I don't know what Zona Zone is doing. They're kind of like a little bit going all over the place, which is not good, but we'll see. Because even some of the stuff in the story, oh my god, dude. I thought they were gonna answer it because they said it in the last 2 live streams. They were gonna talk about stealth. And they didn't even talk about shit in the goddamn story, dude. Like, fuck. like, my god, man. But, yeah. I could go on a rant, like, another day. Because even with me saying that I expected more, the story was actually still pretty good. It could have been way better, but it was still pretty good. But yeah, that's it. Um And Wuthering. Ooh, yes. We need to talk about Wuthering Waves. So, last week, they showed the drip marketing of, I don't know the girl's name. I always forget, just like I forget everyone else's name, like always. Uh, so I just call her pink-haired girl because she has pink hair. So they drip market pink hair and Luke Harrison. That one was kind of expected, but not the pink hair girl. I thought the pink hair was gonna come out like March, maybe April, but I did not expect her to come out so early. She's literally coming out next month, which is insane. But but yeah, so they showed the drip marketing of her last week. Or was it the week before that? I don't remember. Last week or the week before that, they showed it. And then a couple days after that, they showed their like um like their elements basically. So pink hair is fusion. Oh damn, what was it? Is it broad blade or is it short sword? It's one of the swords, and she's fusion. Which I'm not surprised she's fusion because of the whole robot, which we'll get into that later. Um, well, pretty soon. But anyways, yes, her being fusion, I wasn't surprised by that. Luke Harrison being Spectral Gauntlet, I think. That was kind of surprising. Because, like, the last. Let's see, like, if you put. Like, if we put all of Renacita and Septimont together, and all the banners, we've had way more Spectral, Fusion, and Havoc has been like flooding like the banners. Like almost every single new update is like always either Spectral, Fusion, or Havoc. Just like literally insane. It's like if they completely forgot all about the other elements in the game. But anyways, so yeah, I was surprised when I saw Luke Harrison being Spectral. I thought they were gonna put him probably like Glacial or even Lightning, just so we could have some new people or new elements with people. Not really new people. But yeah, they still stuck to the same stuff. But yeah, and then a couple days after that, which yeah, that would have been last week. So yeah, it was 2 weeks ago when they showed the drip marketing. Because last week, not really last week. Well, whatever. Technically, it would be last week. It's already, uh, Monday morning, so we're like into the new week. But like Friday, I think they showed the animations of the pink-haired girl, and I didn't think they were gonna do that. I thought they were gonna wait and see what happens when Kanabina comes out and all the crazy stuff that's gonna be revealed in the story, which it better be crazy stuff revealed in the story, because that would be so pissed off if it's not. But anyways, yeah, so I thought Kuro Games was gonna wait into the new update, and then a couple days after that, they were gonna show Pink Hair Girl's animations. But nope. Nope. They showed it on Friday. I'm pretty sure it was Friday. And my god, dude. Her animations is insane. Literally insane. Bro, she basically has like like 4 different ult animations. Like while doing her ultimate, she has like 4 different animations. And then on the very last one, when she's already like in the robot body, which that's why I think she's fusion, because her with the robot. But yeah, she has like a smaller version of a robot body. Because then she like kind of like rises to the sky, and then the robot kind of like shoots towards like the sky, and then while it's shooting towards the sky like rips open, and then the Exo Strider strikes and attacks the field. Like, bro, what the fuck? That's literally insane. I can't believe she summons the Exo Strider to fight. That's literally crazy. You know what's kind of like? It's like if anyone ever played Honka Impact 3, and you play with Vita. You know how Vita summons that gigantic ass robot? It's kind of like that. But not to hate or anything, but you know, Kuro Games did it like way better. But anyways, that's not really the point. The point is that I'm just like baffled that they showed it earlier and they didn't wait into the new update. I'm like insanely shocked by that. And even the animations itself I'm shocked by. Because it's crazy how she fights. It's literally crazy. Dude, she's like, she is like God tier level. Speaking of God tier, this is the stuff I really wanted to get into with Wuthering Waves. Because everyone is saying that she is the Sentinel. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I do not think she's a Sentinel. I still think she's the Threnodian. And I'm gonna keep saying that until the day she comes out and, you know, in the story they say otherwise. I want them to literally say in the story that she is the Sentinel. Because if not, I'm still gonna keep on saying she's the Threnodian. Because when we first go to Lahai Roy, we go in the portal from that little bubble Hanami City place. Which I have some theories about that also. Like, I don't think it's actually real. I think it's like well, I don't think Hanama City didn't exist at all. And people who remember the real quote-unquote Hanama City It just like implanted memories of the stuff that happened inside the bubble Hanamo City or Hanami City. But yeah, we could go like way deeper into that, like in another string.
Farewell.
But yeah. So, anyways, I said all that to say that when we went inside the basically the teleport thing to go into Lahai Roy, uh, we were separated from Chisa and we got stuck in another place. We didn't go straight to Lahai Roy. And when we got stuck, Rover was being kind of like strapped down by some like entity, and they were stealing his frequency power. And when they were stealing his power, Rover like looked up towards like the sky, and it was like a gigantic eye that like appeared, and it was like stealing like his power faster. And then the pink-haired girl came out, and then she broke off like the basically the stuff that was like trying to like hold him down and steal the power. And then she like flied away, and then when she flied away, um, we went to Lahai Roy. So it was like very short, but with the thing stealing the power and her being there and cutting off like the link, I I think the eye that appeared is the Exo Strider. And I think the Exo Strider, since we know it's destroyed, and basically the body parts of the Exo Strider is Lahai Roy, because even the sun is not a real sun. It's the arc reactor of the Exo Strider, which is basically like the heart, you could say. The heart of the Exo Strider is the sun in Lahai Roy. And then there's like other stuff. But I think when the lament happened and the Exo Strider was killed, I think the Exo Strider somehow like their frequency was still like alive. So I guess you could say kind of like their soul, and it just got like stuck somewhere. Probably the same place where it was trying to steal Rover's power. Um, and then like over time, plus with the corruption of like the lament, I think it just turned into like Thernonian like uh, monster, most likely. And if that girl is connected to the Exo Strider, like we seen in her animations, then you know that means she will also be Thernodian. She wouldn't be Sentinel. If my theory is right about the Exo Strider, which I'm pretty sure I'm right about, because I'm pretty sure it turned and it got corrupted after the lament, and it became Thernodian. But yeah, so that's basically why I still think she is Thernodian, not Sentinel. And it's gonna be such a glorious feeling when it's finally revealed that she is the Thernodian and everyone was wrong about her being a Sentinel. Haha, dude. Such a glorious feeling it would be, indeed. But with me saying all that, at the very end of Lahai Roy, it could be possible she could become Sentinel from being Thernodian. So, but right now, no. Right now, she's still Thernodian, I think. I don't think she's Sentinel. It's you know what it kind of would be like. I can't even really say kind of like that because it was a very big difference. But like the gist of it is sort of the same. It's like Cardithea. Cardithea was trapped in a tower. She was in her other version, Feudaloris, I think that's how you say it. And the Feudaloris was the Thernodian version of Cardithea. But then you fight Feudaloris, and then a whole bunch of stuff happens, and then she becomes Cardithea, and then when she becomes Cardithea, that's when you meet the Sentinel of Renacita. And the Sentinel comes on and says that the reason why Cardithea is like that is because she mixed herself with the Thernodian, and she tried to do like a, like a merge together and then kill both so the Thernodian could disappear or it could die with her. But that didn't work out because when she merged with it, it just ended up being being a good thing for the Thernodian, because then the Thernodian stole the Sentinel's power and then created Feudaloris. So, but anyways, so I said all that just to say that at the end of Lahai Roy, that she could become Sentinel, because it could be something like Cardithea and Feudaloris, but not exactly to that extent, but sorta like that. Um, what else? What else? What else? Oh, I'm surprised they haven't shown Luke Harrison's animations. But I mean, to be fair, I mean, you know, the pink-haired girl is connected to the Exo Strider, so that's basically kind of like the equivalent of, if my theory is right, that's kind of like the equivalent of like Reverie being playable. But if my theory is wrong and she is the Sentinel, then that would be in terms of like Venti, Mabuga, Zhongli, Nahida, stuff like that. Because Sentinels are basically kind of like the Archons, and the Thernodians are like the bad guys, like the sinners, like Reverie. Speaking of Reverie, I wonder, because before I started streaming, I saw like these things, like the avatars. I saw the avatar of Neuvillette in his new costume, and I also saw Yaoyos in her costume. And in Neuvillette's costume, he kind of looks like Reverie. I'm not saying they're connected. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they kind of look similar, like face feature wise. So I wonder if they're doing Neuvillette's costume and making his specific model so that in the future, when they try to make Reverie playable, if they make it playable, that it won't be that hard to do because then they could just use Nouvelette's costumes model and then just build upon that and like change other stuff. Like they won't have to start from like scratch. Because two things. Again, I'm not saying they're connected because that's just ridiculous. They're not connected at all. The only person I think he's connected to is Renova. And through that connection, I think it's because of Telindis. But that's for like later on. But yeah. But like I said, like facial feature wise, he kind of looks like him. So now that I think about it, that will also probably explain why when Nouvelette did his like ultimate in the new costume, why his legs looked as like so gigantic. Because it will probably like resemble the height of like Reverie. Because Reverie is like fucking gigantic when you fight him. He tower overs everyone. But again, that's two things. If he becomes playable, and well, actually, really just one thing, not really two. It's just really if he becomes playable. Because if he does become playable, I don't think he's gonna be the same, like as we fought him in the boss fight. I don't think he's gonna be all. I mean, I wish, but knowing Genshin, they're not gonna do that. They're probably gonna give him some fire power, and it's gonna look like the Abyss or whatever, but not call it a new power. Say it's fire, and then give some dumb explanation like what they did with Skirk. But yeah, that's another conversation for another time. Because Skirk should have had a new power, not ice. But anyways. So yeah, they'll probably do that with Reverie also. So if Reverie is gonna have some new found power, he's also gonna have a new look. So he'll probably look the closest to model-wise of Nouvelette. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Alright, let's go do this real quick. And then let's even get into more yapping. I wanna do the dailies first.
Stabilize.
Okay, it just fell off.
Burn it down.
Be free. Gather.
Oh, alright. Dude. Why does this happen? It used to just be like on the water. Dude. Hold on. I'm trying to get to Farina. What do you mean, can't, bro? Please, for the love of God, switch. Jesus Christ, dude. Ah, I didn't even think that was gonna work. Dude, that's so annoying. I hate when stuff like that happens. You know when this really started happening more than often? When Fontaine came out. When Fontaine came out, that used to happen a lot. And then it stopped. And then Natlon came out and it started happening again. Like on and off. And then Noctry, the same thing. On and off. So I think with this even, well, I don't know if it happened previously. For me personally, it never did. So I can't speak for everyone. But personally, it never happened before. This started happening for me when Fontaine came out.
Rev the engines!
I know sometimes when you go away and then go back, it appears. Okay, let's see. I wonder if I would, hold on. I wonder if I gotta spawn and then, let me see. Yeah. No, it's just one. Where's the other one? Oh. Alrighty. Oh yeah. We're gonna be coming back here in the next update. Coming back here is still getting no new knowledge on what's that girl's name? Zhongli's love interest. I forgot her name. Starts with a G. Oh, and also Madam Ping. Bro, when the hell is Madam Ping gonna become playable? It's like they're showing so many other people being playable, but the one that everyone wanted from the beginning, which is Madam Ping. Because we got Gaming, Lanyan, Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer is pretty cool. Zai Bao, which she's also pretty cool. But like, dude, everyone wanted Madam Ping. And these guys just refuse to like just make her playable already. Like I don't know what the hell they're waiting for.
There's no end to this. The wrong test subject.
Ay, ay, ay.
Add Astro. Thank
Thank you for
Dude, that name and that the signature under it, it's just the most random stuff my sister be putting on. Right, I never change it. I probably should change that. I don't even know who the hell that Ryobi Aishia is. There's gotta be someone from like some anime thing. Is that some like Miku thingy? Like one of those what's that group called? What is the group called? Because it's not only Miku. Like isn't it like twins? Some person with red hair also, I think. But anyways, yeah, found a code. I think it's like 40 primos, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Moon Invitation, Luna 4. Oh, that worked. Alright. I think it's 40 primos, right? Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, this is also a thing I never do also. I'm just too lazy. And I'm uncreative. Honestly, if it was all up to me, I would just have all characters just standing in a straight line. Honestly, I wouldn't have done all this.
Would you care to sit down?
Manuvale Dia and Chichi is at 9. They're at 8. Was Wanderer also at 8? I think it said he was at 8. Okay.
If you ever have any...
Alrighty. Let's go to Mondstadt. Because we need to talk about this guy. Yeah, I never really looked into all the stuff that he has on. This guy's very Very, very unique. Goes all over the world of Tibet. Places we never been to. And then the next time we meet him, he does the same thing. Goes to another places that we never been to and talks about stuff. And then what the place is like and how people are and stuff like that. Because he was the first one to tell us about Not Cry. Well, the first one in the game to tell us about Not Cry. Because he'd been there. And he said he almost got robbed the last time. But yeah, then this time he talks about Dormant Port. And he just came from there. And that he's making his way to Leeway for Lantern Rite. But I want, now that he says that, I wonder if he's gonna appear also in Lantern Rite. Obviously, I don't think he's gonna do stuff like this, like with the box. But it would be pretty cool if he's there, just as a regular NPC. But yeah, anyways, let's talk about the stuff that this guy has said. Because, like I said, when I first started this, because I didn't even know that this event came out yet, which, thank God I saw Minslip's video, because she started talking about the fox and the dandelion sea, and something about a time loop, which we're gonna read that later. And then some other stuff, and then saying that Liben has appeared in Mondstadt again. And as soon as she said that, I just stopped the video, and then I just started playing Genshin on all the servers, and then I was doing the box thingies, and then while he was talking, I screenshotted the stuff he was saying, because he reveals very, very interesting stuff. And I think the identity of that mysterious sixth person in the silhouettes, I think they're related to like the whole sanatorium that's in Dormant Port. And I'll get to the reason why later. But yeah. So he talks about some very interesting stuff. But oh yeah, speaking about the silhouettes, we know the identity of all the other 5. Because the very first one would be Lohan, which Varka mentioned in the last quest. Because he mentioned Varka and Aluka. That Aluka was the leader of the Lightkeepers, and Lohan was the leader of, is it the 4th or 5th company in Mondstadt? It might be 4th. And Lohan is like way stronger than Varka, which says a lot, because Varka is insanely strong himself. And he has 2 claymores when he fights. Because you could tell by the silhouette he's holding 2 claymores. So, and no one else in well, in modern Mondstadt. No one else does that. He's the only one that does that. Because the only other person who previously used to fight with like two claymores was the partner of Signora's husband, which I forgot his name. It started with an A. But after Signora's husband died, or lover died, whatever, same thing. Um, he kept on fighting like during the whole cataclysm thing. And while he was fighting with two claymores. So Varka is the only one in current Mondstadt that could do that. And other knights don't do that because it's too hard to do. So yeah, Varka is insanely strong. And then even other stuff. Like even him fighting Revere, even though he lost, but you know, he still went toe to toe. And then bro, his agility is like insane also. Because the whole thing when the doctor was kidnapping Columbina, and then he was just like running and jumping like mad far, and he was still running after that like at top speed. Like, I see why he's the Grandmaster. And I'm telling you, he's also connected to that wolf in Mondstadt. I always forget the wolf's name. I think it's Boreas. You know, I'm telling you, he's connected to him, man. He might be like the first Razor. Like he might be like growing up in the woods and stuff like that. And then eventually he went to the city and who the hell knows, probably met Atlas and the rest was history. But yeah. Because that's another thing I've been saying for months now. Since like the very beginning, even like a week before the first Luna update ever came out, I was saying that Varka was there because of the wolf. The wolf told him to be there. I still think that's the case. Because I don't think it was Alice that told him to go there, or Venti, or them, you know, going over there to fight the Fatui or whatever. No, I don't believe any of that. I believe he went there because the wolf asked him to go there. Because not cry is related to the moons, and that wolf is related to the moons also. I don't know in what sense. I'm pretty sure I could figure it out. But yeah. Actually, I might know why. Because there was, which I talked about this before on YouTube, on both YouTube and Twitch. But I'll just like re-say it. Before there was leaks of the stories of the two new artifact sets, 3 books, and I think like 2 papers or 1 paper. And for one of the books, it mentions a girl, uh, basically like wandering around, and she would play the harp. And when she would play the harp, it would give her like some form of like comfort and warmth. And then she went into like a cave and then a wolf appeared, and then the wolf basically became kind of like the protector of the woman. So then the woman decided to teach the wolf uh, human-like stuff, like how to speak and other stuff. So then that woman named the wolf Boreas. And then after that, the woman tells the wolf to head south because there's a city that needs like guidance and freedom and stuff like that, which ended up being Mondstadt. Um, so then the wolf uh, acts like if they would ever like see each other again, and then she said probably not. Again, I'm just like paraphrasing everything because I don't. Well, I have the picture, but I'm not gonna read the whole thing right now. The thing is not long. but but yeah, and then she says that we're going separate ways, and they will like basically be connected like forever, but they won't like physically like be connected to each other. But I guess you could say like spiritually or like a love, uh, like not like love, kind of like a bond of like like a human with like their dog, a bond like that basically that the woman would have with the wolf. Like they will always have that bond. And then, which is the fascinating part, because this reveals the identity of the woman. So the woman comes out and says that she's gonna head north to a silver pale star palace that her lover created for her. Who is that specifically? The Sarista. That means the Sarista raised Boreas. And when Boreas shut down, because if you do Razor's Quest, or even before that, he's like isolated himself over here with the other wolves. And then you do Razor's Quest, and then you go in and then challenge each other, and then he's kind of like a little more open. So, because he was like that and shut himself out from the outside world, is because the Sarista did the exact same thing. Because of the bond that they have. Because he was the one that went to her and protected her, and then she was the one that basically raised him to, you know, have like compassion and love and speak to humans and stuff like that. So there you go, right there. And it, again, especially the part when she says that she's leaving to a silver pale star palace that her lover built just for her. Well, for her and him. But yeah. So, and it's heading north. So if it's heading north, that's obviously Shaznia. And what other palace will be there at Shaznia that we currently know of? The Sarista's palace. Where the Fatui or the Harbingers. I don't think the other Fatui members are there. Maybe they are, just like protecting it. But anyways, where the Fatui Harbingers reside. So, yep. Now we know exactly why he he was hiding there. Why he came to Mondstadt is because she told him to. Why he isolated himself is because of the bond. Because if one does one, the other one would do the same thing. Again, because of the bond that they have. So, when the Sarista basically, like, outcasted themselves against the world, he did the same thing. So, yep. And as far as the stuff related to the moon, he probably told Barca to go because he wants to go back to being the guardian of the moon. And when he's the guardian of the moon, maybe Boreas can also try to go back to the Sarista. Because the Sarista could be a Snowland Fae. And she's a Snowland Fae. Excuse me. That means she is also connected to the moons. To the moons and angels. So, yep. Yep. I know I talked about this before. Cause previously in old Mondstadt, cause none of this stuff was, but this was all here, but nobody really lived out here. Cause this was considered like evil, or quote unquote evil to Decarabian. Cause everybody was within here. But this was all like winded off. Cause Decarabian did it. He was the first god of wind before Venti. But which we're also gonna get into that also. But yeah, because I've been thinking, because I know I read the Hexen Circle lore for the new artifact, and it mentions like the stuff within here and how people started like the revolution, and then the one that like really like how do you say it? I guess you like really like ticked it off that the revolution like started right there is when Decarabian's personal assassin realized that she was just being used and Decarabian didn't love her because she loved Decarabian. When I don't even know why the hell she thought all that, but that's a different conversation. But yeah, that was basically a simplified version of the artifact sets of the lore. But anyways, I say all that just to say that after I read that, I've been still trying to figure out why they call Alice Defender of Old Mondstadt. Because I don't think Alice was in here. I don't think Alice was the assassin either. That wouldn't make any sense. I know I saw some theories of who the assassin could be. And so far, the one that I agree with the most, even though it's kind of out there, is from this YouTuber that I saw a couple months ago, and she hasn't posted a video yet ever since, but that's okay. Um, her name was Teacup, and she thinks that the assassin ended up being Jay from, well, Jay from two things. Jay from Eula's clan, which I forgot their name, and then the same Jay that performs at the theater like so many years ago. And then after that, she went to Shesnaya and became the first mayor. And then now she is the Hexen Circle J. Um, some of it, like Jay being here, and then part of like Eula's clan also, and then the Fontaine part is probably also pretty accurate. I don't know about the mayor part, but who the hell knows, really. But anyways, I said all that just to say that if Jay really is the same person in all those scenarios, and that she ended up being a Hexacircle witch, then again, why the hell is Alice called Defender of all the Mondstadt? Because it wouldn't be like Alice started talking to, oh, well, actually, hold up. But I don't know. I I really don't know. But what I previously was gonna say is that I don't think Alice was talking to the assassin here and basically told her that Decorabian didn't love her. But now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, it's not entirely, you know, impossible or impossible, not impossible. Could, nah, I don't know. I really don't know. Because I was gonna say, I don't think that's what she did, but it is Alice we're talking about, so maybe that's why she will consider herself Defender of Old Mondstadt, because it was the assassin that actually kicked it off and started like the whole entire thing of the revolution, even though they were conspiring to do it, but no one actually did anything about it until it was her. Because she like did something first, and then everyone else like, you know, did all the stuff that they were planning, and then they overthrew Decorabian and all that other stuff. So maybe that's why she would consider herself Defender of Old Mondstadt. But I don't know. To me, but again, like I said, we are talking about Atlas here, so that's probably the most plausible answer. Is that even the right word for this scenario? But anyways, I don't know. I think like when I hear like defender of something, I just think of them being physically there and fighting. Kind of like the city defenders and Zenless Zone, which was the first generation of the Void Hunters. Even though, oh my god, dude, you know, you already know my feelings about them. I think they're all traitors. Well, not all. I think most of them are traitors. But we're not gonna get into all that right now. But anyway, their original name was City Defenders. So, I don't know. for Alice to like consider herself a defender and not physically be here fighting doesn't make sense. But again, like I said for the third time already, it is Alice we're talking about. And she could have talked to the assassin and then make the assassin realize that Dick Arabian doesn't love her. And then actually start the process of like the revolution they had. Which now that I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. Okay, so this is gonna be a little out there, but just stay with me. So Alice is sustainer of the borders, right? So if she's sustainer of the borders and people, well, let's not say people, let's use Dick Arabian for an example so it don't be too confusing. So Dick Arabian created this windless place. Basically like kind of like a void within Tibet with using the wind. Nothing could go in and out, right? So if Alice would see that and someone is quote unquote destroying the border by creating like a void within Tibet, and she's supposed to sustain the border, make sure nothing happens, then maybe she did talk to him. I mean, not him, talk to the assassin. And then the assassin, she kicked off everything, started the revolution. Dick Arabian eventually died or got sealed at the bottom of this tower. Who knows? I'm not entirely sure yet. But anyways, the problem got dealt with. Dick Arabian got dealt with. He's currently not out in Tibet causing chaos and not quote unquote destroying the border. So maybe that's exactly why Alice would consider herself a defender of old Mondstadt. Because she talked to the woman started all this, did all this stuff, and then eventually the wind like went away, but then it got destroyed because of the cataclysm and other stuff. And then Dick Arabian was either again killed or sealed. And then they needed a new Archon, and then that's when Venti's friend died. He took the spirit of, or the body of his friend, used his own spirit within that body, became the Venti that we see now, and now he is the god of freedom. And then while that happened, he started playing the lyre. Then he was playing a song that even Isharoff didn't know, which is interesting. It says that in the artifact set. Um, and then with that, the cataclysm didn't kill everyone here as it was supposed to. And then everyone left, and then it came like all out here. So there's two things. If she did all this because this was creating a void. Oh, okay, hold on. Wait. this was creating a void, right? If this was creating a void that nothing can get in, especially time, which is Isharoth, and then Alice is supposed to sustain the borders. So then she started talking to the assassin. The assassin did what she did. Eventually, this went down. Now it's within Tevet because there's no void. Using the wind. And then the god was dead, so they needed a new one. The new one appeared randomly, which ended up being Venti. And Venti started playing the lyre, a song that Isharoth herself have never heard of, which I don't even know about that part, but we can get into that a little later. But Isharoth was still need this to be open, and she could control it with time, do her shade duties. Okay, so I wonder if Alice and Isharoth was working here at the same time. Or working together at the same time. Because I'm pretty sure they were working at the same time here. But I don't know if they were doing stuff together. Like in cahoots with each other. Let's just put it like that. Or they just did it two separately, but just happening at the exact same time frame, but not in cahoots with each other. Or they were in cahoots with each other, knew what was going to be the end result of this, needed a god, so then she made Venti one, and then she finished her shade duty, because now there's a 7, because Venti will be an Archon, so the 7 Archons will be alive. Okay, hold on. Speaking of 7 Archons also. Okay, so Venti was doing this at the same time. But he wasn't God yet. Morax was doing all this crazy shit. And then Conria also. Makoto left here to Conria. She died. A became Archon. When she became Archon, she went straight to Conria. Mavuka was also in Conria. That's what A first saw her. Nahida was trapped this entire time. Well, Rukkhadevata sacrificed herself. Then the whole branch thing. And then Nahida was born, and then she was imprisoned. And then Focalors did all this stuff. Went inside the Oritrice thing. Farina became quote-unquote Archon on behalf of Focalors. The Arabian. Huh, so I want. Okay, what is the exact time frame? Because now that I'm also speaking about this, which I already knew this before, but it never really like clicked into my head of like all the stuff that Venti really did during the Cataclysm, which is insane. Because, well, when I was watching the video, it was kind of like a funny edit of him being Mr. Worldwide. But then, like, it really started clicking to me. Like, exactly how the hell did he do all this stuff in a short amount of time? But to be fair, all this other stuff happened, especially here with Rukkhadevata. But with Venti, it was even longer than that. Because he was here fighting, Decarabian died or sealed, whatever. He became Archon. When he became Archon, he went to Conria. He was fighting. And then he also still had time to do this shit. Well, this is not exactly Marjavara, but something sorta like it. But he blew Marjavara off the map. So he was fighting in Mondstadt, in Conria, and he blew Marjavara off the map. How the hell did he have time to do all this shit? like what the hell? And why even blow Marjavara off the map during the Cataclysm? Well, okay, hold on. Let's. Okay. In the quest with I forgot that damn girl's name. The one from Conria who had the key. And then gave the key to the sibling. And then when they gave the key to the sibling, that's when they went to rescue the traveler. And then that failed. So then this time around with the traveler, when the traveler was awakened this time, that's why I say this time around, then they did the stuff with the key and then gave it to the girl, and then the girl gave it to the sibling, and then the sibling went to awake the traveler, but then they went to a void within space, and then that's when the brother and the sister meet. The sibling and the traveler meet. And then that whole thing with the sibling saying that the like everything in Tibet revolves around them, and that Isharoff is mocking them, or mocking him or her, whatever. Uh, so then that's when they do the Atlas thing and then create a new Conria. Assumingly, that Conria could be where Marjavara is, that's completely off the timeline for now. But if that's where they're gonna build the new Conria, Okay, with me saying all this, because we all know the Shades are secretly betraying Celestia. I mean, that's like common knowledge at this point, if you're like up to the current story. That would be common knowledge. But anyways, because we know Renova, even though I have more theories, but we're just gonna go with stuff that we know for a fact right now. Like here, we know that over here, that's where Renova makes the deals with the Pyro Archons for them to like sacrifice themselves. What is this? Oh, this is the thing in the sky. I forgot about that. Huh. That's pretty. I never even really thought about that. This is secretly hiding in the sky, literally right above where Renova does her deals. So it's like the dragons are watching her deals. Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. Did we just figure something out? Are the dragons secretly watching Renova do her deals? I never even really thought about it like that. Huh. Interesting. So, okay, no, we could get into that later. Let's go back into the shades. Um, yeah, so Renova makes the deals like over here with the Archons. Nibirius gave the power, but to be fair, I don't think Nibirius, well, maybe Nibirius did know. We're not entirely sure. But Nibirius gave the power to Egeria for Egeria to make the Oceanoids. But then Egeria took it a step further and then made them human-like. So that was a no-no. But she gave the power to Egeria. Then Isharov did the deal with Makoto, because if you do Shogun's second quest, she planted the seed in the past for Raiden Shogun to bloom it in the future. I know it sounds confusing, but that's basically what happened. So interfering with human life. Isharov is not supposed to do that. So she broke a rule. Oh, didn't Isharov also hit this Economia? That one I don't. I'm pretty sure she did, but I don't remember. I think Isharov was also part of this. So again, another rule breaking thing. So yeah, basically, anyways, I was showing those like little instances of showing that shades are not supposed to be interfering with life in Tibet, but yet they still do. So they break their own rules. As for the theories of what other stuff they did, well, just really quickly, like, well, we could just go with the biggest one because, dude, I do not. It makes no sense, literally no sense, for Shogun to stand on top over here, stand over here on top of a tower, take out her sword, do one gigantic slash. She breaks this island apart. She literally breaks this island apart so she could kill this snake god that I forgot their name. But she kills that god, and while she does that, the sky also rips open. How did she do that when she wasn't two things. She wasn't an Archon yet, because it was only her sister. And Mavuka, when she was Archon, besides the Natlan thing, that's a little different. But in any other instance of her fighting, especially in Conria, because in Conria all the Archons went all out. So I'm pretty sure Mavuka also went all out. So if she did all that and she didn't like rip open the sky either, like while fighting, but this quote unquote normal, you know, woman with the sword did all that. They killed the snake in a single slash and then rip open the sky when she wasn't an Archon yet. That's ridiculous. That's insane. That makes no sense. That literally makes no sense. When the God of War herself can't even do that. Again, like I said, until the Natlan story, that's different. But I'm talking about before that. She never broke the sky. And she's literally the goddess of war. So how can the god of war or goddess of war not break open the sky, but some normal person can? No, that's bullshit. That's literally bullshit. That makes no sense. It's literally because she made the deal with Renova. That's what it was. And with Renova, when you do a deal with her, it always ends with a sacrifice. Because she's the ruler of death. So if she made a deal and clearly didn't kill Raiden Shogun, then she killed her sister. That was the consequence of Shogun using Renova's power. That her sister would die. Obviously, Shogun didn't know that because she wouldn't have done it if she did. But that was literally the consequence. Because you cannot do a deal with Renova without some form of sacrifice. And we know that's literally 100% true because, again, she did it over here with the Archon, with the Pyro Archons. Like, that was literally the whole point of her deals. Give the Pyro Archons some of her power, but at the end of it would be them sacrificing themselves for her to reabsorb that power. And then the next Archon, it would be the same deal. And that's how they kept on fighting the Abyss within Natlan. It was because of the deal. So, to say that Shogun didn't also make that deal with Renova, or say it would be impossible for her to make that deal with Renova, would be ridiculous. I think that's literally what it is. And also, what's pretty funny? Because even in the game Genshin itself, it states multiple times from multiple people that the captain was the strongest human ever. And everyone in the community, well, for the most part, agrees with it. So if that is the agreements that everyone has, then if Shogun was this quote unquote just normal human who just did a single slash, killing a god and ripping the sky open, then why has no one ever said that Shogun was the strongest human before? Like that it just doesn't make any sense. It's because she literally did the deal with Renova. And besides, even just like look at all the stuff that Shogun did. And how she even acts herself. Even bro, even this. But hold on, let me heal some of these people. Before I switch to Shogun. But yeah, watch. I'm gonna switch to Shogun and I'm gonna do her skill. Because literally, even within her skill is like the eye. And the eye matches like Renova's eye. And besides, it's pretty much like, well, they just have to confirm it in the game. But bro, we already know like what the deal is.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Like,
Stay close and you will.
look, even with Nahida, even though Nahida has nothing to do with what you call it, with Renova, but like, look, the whole arrow click thing going to the side and getting rid of it, and then even this. Well, she can't get those flowers, but when you get like normal flowers, she does that and like absorbs it. So it's like showing stuff of like Niberius. Because Niberius is like the god of like life. Wait, hold on, is it Niberius? Yeah, it is Niberius. It's like life and wisdom. Which ironically Rhine daughter absorbed. Which I don't even know how the hell she still did that. Like how did they find a soul of a shade? I thought shades weren't supposed to die. So how did the shade die? And again, why, if the shade really did die, then why is this soul just in some random ruin that Rhine daughter just happened to find? How the hell did Rhine daughter even find it? Like, I don't know. That's just a whole different subject. But yeah, and then even this with the eye, like, that's like literally Renova. Because look, it's exactly like this. Because all the Archons match, like the Shade's power in some form, some way. Him, obviously, Isharoth. Him, well, we'll get to him.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same
He's
as I remember.
Osmodee, which is order.
But
And Osmodee is order because, well, I didn't mean to back out, but whatever. Osmodee is order, clearly, well, also void, but clearly she's also order because when the siblings try to escape, she literally traps them. So it's like because of like some form of like order. Like if they leave and like break whatever rules of Tibet because they're descenders and they're supposed to change stuff. But if they're leaving, going against like fate, then she's like withholding the old like order, which is like Celestial's ruling, and she trapped them here. So there's that. Fossilor, well, that's Farina, not Fossilor, but yeah, Fossilor is the same thing, like order and justice. in life because of Jiria, which that's what Nibirius did. And Neuvillette ended up taking Fossilor's place and breaking. Okay, well, we're gonna get to that later because there's so many instances that Thanes should have been awoken by now, and he's not. So I'm telling you, he's like, I don't think he's ever gonna wake. Honestly, I literally don't think he's ever gonna wake until um the Traveler does something like Descender like, and I'll explain what I mean by that later. But yeah, uh, yeah, life and wisdom. Even Ruka Dabata is the same thing. But then Mavuka, who the hell is Mavuka? Oh, just war. War, raw power, death, which uh Renova, obviously. So they all have like a smaller like form of powers of the shades, basically. So Electro and Pyro is Renova. Hydro and Dendro is Nibirius and Rhine Animo is Isharoth. And then Geo is Osmode. And yes, I purposely left Ice out because I don't think Ice is shade related. Ice is moon related. And even though shades are supposed to be basically new forms of the moon, like Celestia's version, um, it's like still originally moon. It's not like of shade. And if it is of shade related, then it will be Osmode will be connected to ice. And the reason why it will be connected to ice is because Renova, the Sarista has Osmode. That Osmode is serving the Sarista. That's her new master. It's not Paimon. Oh, okay. Now that I speak about Paimon. So, because of the whole thing with snapping the fingers, well, okay. Let's get into that first, and then we'll get into Paimon. Um, so just real quick on Kalnabina's trailer. So, um, the person snapping their fingers is not the doctor. And I said earlier, because if you look at their hand, the top part is gold and the bottom part is white. So if you look at the doctor in his regular form, his gloves don't match that. When you look at his god form, his golden arm, both overhand and underhand is gold. It's not gold and white. So it's not the doctor. It's not Renova, because I went back and I watched the Tibet interlude. So it doesn't match Renova's hands. It's not Rhine hands. It's not Isharoth hands. It's not Piero, even though it shouldn't be him. That wouldn't make any sense. But just in case, like I said, I looked at every single person who could be some possibility of what we saw in game and what we saw out of game. like in like the animation trailers that Genshin released. Um, so yeah, so it's not Piero. It's not the hell's that other person I was thinking of? It's not the doctor. It's not the god doctor form. It's not Renova. It's not Isharov. It's not Rhine Daughter or Nibirius. It's not Piero. Oh, it's not Osmode. Her hands don't match. It's not either of the siblings. Um, let's see, who else? It's not Danslif. It's not Revere. It's not Thelindis. Um, obviously, it's not Novelette, like what we just saw. Um, it's not Ruka Devada. It's not Raiden. It's not Makoto. It's not Shabalanque. It's not the what's the hell is that dragon's name? It's not the Pyro Dragon. It's not that Sage Dragon that we meet in that line. I forgot his name. Um, it's literally nobody. Like in game, we haven't seen that person with the the glove that matches the description. And out of game, the same thing. Like in the trailers, the same thing. Nobody matches that description. So for everyone to keep on saying it's the doctor is driving me insane. Literally insane. Because it makes no goddamn sense. It literally makes no fucking sense. How can it be? There's two things with that. Well, technically three. But the doctor's regular form doesn't match the gloves. His god form doesn't match the glove. And when the person snaps in the trailer and Conlabina gets sent back in time, she gets sent back in time, and when she's awoken, the first thing she sees in front of her is the doctor in a statue form. So how in the fuck did the doctor, the quote unquote doctor, snapped his fingers in Conlabina's trailer that's white and gold, which, like I said, it's literally not him. Because if you look at his god form, it's gold overhand and underhand with blue lines running through it. So it's not him that snaps the fingers. So let's just say, hypothetically, in a delusional world, it's him that snaps the fingers. Then how in the fuck does he go in, travel back in time with Conlabina to be inside of a statue? Make that make sense. That's like what? That's literally stupid. That's literally fucking dumb. Like, seriously. That makes absolutely no goddamn sense. And the only reason why people keep saying it's the doctor is because in the story quest, when the doctor snaps his fingers, everyone gets stuck in time and Conlabina gets trapped. That's literally the only reason why. But that's not what's happening in Conlabina's trailer. In Conlabina's trailer, the finger snaps, that's white and gold, and then Conlabina gets out of her dream that she's having and then gets sent back in time. And then she sees everyone like in statues. So, again, as I said before, how in the fuck is it the doctor? That literally makes no goddamn sense. It's not the doctor that snaps his fingers. It's someone that we've never seen before. Now, with me saying that, there's a couple of legitimate answers. And then I have some out there crazy ones. But it could be one of the three Moon Sisters that snaps the fingers. It could be Thanes that snaps his fingers. It could even be Nubelong, if Nubelong decided to go human form, which that would be a whole different discussion. But the chances are not zero of him doing that. But those are the only three actual legitimate people. And then as far as some other people that I doubt, but the chances are not zero, it could be the Sarista. It could be, even though I said it's not Asmodee, because if you look at her hands, it doesn't match. But it could be Asmodee if this is a big if. It could be Asmodee if the Sarista is her master, as I predicted before. Because if the Sarista is now the master of Asmodee, Asmodee will obviously have a new look, so she could blend in Shesnaya. And she will also probably blend in within the Fatui Harbingers. And no one will question the Sarista of who that woman is. Because she would need Asmodee for her big war against Celestia that she's trying to do. So it could be Asmodee with her new outfit that the Sarista is giving to her for her to like blend in and not be suspicious. But yeah, so it's either Sarista, her, Battlefonier, which that one is even more out there. The Voyager, which again, that's kind of out there. Or maybe the second or third Descender, which sounds crazy, but yeah. Basically, what I was getting at with this whole entire thing, it's no one we have seen currently in game and out of game. So for people to keep on saying that it's the Doctor in Columbina's trailer with the white and gold glove, dude, that's like literally driving me up a wall because it logically makes no goddamn sense. Because let's just say, in his god form, on the gold arm that he has, let's just say he didn't have the blue lines running through it. And let's say his overhand was gold and underhand is white. And if he snaps his fingers, again, if he snaps his fingers and Columbina go back in time, why in the fuck would the Doctor be a statue in front of her? That's so fucking stupid. That makes no damn sense. It's literally not the Doctor. I don't know why everyone keeps spreading that. Just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I swear, like, are just people just not paying attention to details? Like, it's like truly astonishing how I've seen so many people say that it's the Doctor that's snapping the fingers and sending her back in time. I don't understand where they get that from. Like, literally, just look at the doctor's god form and look at his hands. Especially the gold part, which would be his right arm, I think, or left arm. One of his damn arms. You could tell because it's literally all gold. But the overhand part and the underhand is both gold. And there's blue lines running through it on both sides. And in the trailer, there's no blue lines, and the underhand part is white. So, like, bro, like, I don't, like, what? Like, I don't get it. I truly don't know. It's like astonishing. I see so many people say that. Like, it makes no goddamn sense of it being the doctor. That, like, literally makes no sense. Ay, ay, ay. But anyways, with me saying all that, now let's get back to Paimon. Because this relates to the doctor snapping his fingers in the trailer. Well, not in the trailer. In the quest. Because in the last quest that we did, the doctor uses the two moon marrows, kidnaps Columbina, uses the third for a little bit until she like teleports away. But when he snaps his fingers in the fight scene, or in the fight scene, everyone freezes, including Paimon. And that's a very, very big tell. Because look at what's happening right now. Everything is frozen. Wind is blooming. Or the plate is frozen. Wind is blooming. And Paimon is moving. So in this semi-time frozen place, that what I'm doing right now in the pause menu, and Paimon is still able to move, if she was Asmodee, right? Then why she wouldn't be able to move when the doctor snapped his fingers and not cry and freezed everyone else? That wouldn't make any sense either. Because if she was Asmodee, she would be able to move, even if the doctor froze everyone else and not cry. But when he did that and everyone got frozen, besides the Traveler, but the Traveler is a descender. They don't follow the rules of Tibet. They supposed to break the old order and make a new, and etc. etc. But anyways, yeah, so, like, that's also another thing that doesn't make any sense. Like, if she really was quote unquote Asmodee, then how she would not be able to move? That doesn't make any sense either. And you can't even say, oh, because he had the 3 moon powers when he snapped. Yeah, that's true. But if she was Asmodee, she's a shade. Shades will be equivalent to moon power, if not a little more, because shades are also directly from the power source of the primordial one. So, again, why would she be like still stuck in time? That doesn't make any sense either. Like they're literally showing us like little by little that she's not Asmodee. And that's also another thing that people keep on saying, that she is Asmodee. It just doesn't make any sense. But the worst one that I've been seeing is the doctor snapping his fingers in the Conlabina trailer. Because that's insane. All you had to literally do is look at his god form. And it's both gold over and underhand. It's not hard. Like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's literally crazy. Yeah, and then like I said, even in this with the pause menu, everything is like semi-frozen, and Paimon is still able to move. So if she could move here, and she's quote unquote Asmodee, why she can't move when the doctor in the not cry fighting cutscene, why she couldn't move there if she's Asmodee? It just doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense at all. Yeah. Trying to think, because I want to start getting to the Liven thing before the server resets and this guy disappears. I think that's pretty much it. And honestly, even after I talk about that, I'll probably end stream. I gotta wake up early anyway, even though it's late. But it is what it is. It's alright. It's fine. I'm trying to think of all the stuff that I wanted to talk about. I talk about the Mondstadt thing with the assassin, the wolf, Shades doing deals with Archons, basically showing that they're betraying Celestia. So again, Thanes would have been woken already. Plus all the other crazy shit that has happened, he would have been awoken. I'm pretty sure he's in the abyss. That's the only like logical answer. Because I know last week when I was talking about this a little bit, I said he's either in the abyss or he's in some type of like deep sleep when it's like almost like in a coma type of state. And for him to be in a coma or some form, something like that, in a coma, is because of the battle with Nubelong. So technically, he would have lost with Nubelong losing also. So nobody won that war in terms of Thanes and Nubelong. Because they're both like, you know, in a coma. Because it never explicitly said that Nubelong is dead either. Which, that's also another thing I've been seeing. That so many people just coming out and saying that Nubelong is 100% confirmed dead. Like, where the fuck did you get that from? Like, what? Like, like, what? Like, if you have theories, that's fine. But to say 100% confirm something that wasn't confirmed in the story, like, that's insane. Like, even with all this shade talk, it's not 100% confirmed that the shades are actively going against Celestia, even though we literally have millions of examples that they are. But in the game, it doesn't explicitly say we are going against Celestia. So it's not 100% confirmed. But like I said, it's basically literally implied everywhere you look that they're portraying Celestia with all these deals. So, like I said, you could say it as a theory. But to just come out and say 100% New Belong is dead? Like, what? Like, it's crazy. Oh, Lord. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, anyways, my theory is that New Belong and the Primordial One both lost their fight against each other. And now both of them are in a coma state, basically. And that's why Fanes has not woken up yet. Because for him to wake up, it will be, like I said way earlier before also, it will have to be something Descender related, like the Traveler. Or who the hell knows? Maybe when Nubelon makes another appearance, what could be also be Descender related, if that theory is also right. Him being the second Descender. But you just gotta wait and see. But in terms of him being in some sleep, preparing for like a war or whatever, because I that's also another thing I've been seeing, which is a pretty good theory. But some other people are like spreading it again, like it's 100% confirmed, which is ridiculous again. But that's not the point. The point is the theory part of him being asleep, kind of like um damn, what's that dude's name in Marvel? Uh, like Odin. Like Odin went to sleep for a certain amount of years, and then when he woke up, he was like prepared to go to war. Like something like that with Fanes. That's like some people's theories that I've seen before. That he's like sleeping, preparing for like the war that people are gonna fight against Celestia. I don't think that's what it is. And I don't think he's sleeping for like some certain amount of time preparing for a war. I don't know. I mean, when he wakes up, most likely war would be happening, but him going to sleep, knowing when he wakes up, there's going to be a war, so he'll be ready for the war. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's what it is. Because if that was the case, why have all these people, especially your people, like your shades, your angels, do all this crazy shit, break your rules, do stuff in Tibet, punish them, and go to sleep, and then while you're asleep, preparing for a war, they're still out and about doing the same shit before. So, like that, like I don't even get it. Like what are you preparing for? Like by the time you wake up, you're not gonna even have an army. like, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't agree with that theory. But I'm trying to think of anything else. No, I can't think. Oh, before I start getting into this live and stuff, I wanted to see these posts from Genshin. Oh, speaking of posts, drip marketing? No. Okay. It'll be funny as soon as I end stream or stop looking at this, it shows the drip marketing. Alright. Colabina's antidote, her past. Okay. She used a lot of time learning how to interact with people and go about in the life of the world. Mm, that's interesting. It shows the damsel born of the moon, Columbina, and then where it shows her name, it's in question mark. Hydro constellation question mark birthplace is Silver Moon. Birthday is question mark. Oh, hold on. No, whoops, my bad. It's not her name, that's question mark. It's supposed to be Vision. Yeah, I see what they did. Because it's side by side. I was reading it like diagonal. So it's blank Hydro, and then Constellation Hydro, which will probably just be like Dove, right? Or something like that. Birthplace Silver Moon Hall. Birthday is unknown. So yeah, it's probably like Vision. Well, not Vision. Something like what is it with Nouvellette? What's Nouvellette's? Whoops, what am I doing? What's Nouvellette? It's like authority, right? Yeah, ancient dragon's authority. So for her, it could be uh Frost Moon authority, Hydro, maybe. Maybe it could be something like that. Because what is Traveler? Oh, Vision, but it's none. Yeah, all these other people are Vision. Well, besides her. Right? Everyone else. Oh, and then Gnosis, because they're Archons. But yeah. Who knows? Just want to double check. No, then you also have a Moon Wheel, which is the original Visions. That was in the Kalabina leaked set. Like the story of her artifacts. The Moon Wheels were the first Visions. It was a deal between Celestia and the Moons. So they were the original Visions. and they were given on the authority of technically Celestia, but Celestia giving the moons basically like the okay, and then the moons gave people the moon wheels. So again, it's basically the same thing as the visions. But yeah, this one would probably be like the closest one. It would probably be like I said, Frost Moon Authority, Hydro. But let's keep on reading. Oh, now that I see that, okay, because it was saying something about mirrors. So there's also another thing that I've been seeing not a lot of people talk about, or not even anybody talking about, is Saibao. Because there's a part in the live stream when Saibao was walking above Leeway and she was looking down. Yeah, she was walking above Leeway and she was looking down on Leeway during Lantern Rite. If you look at her feet as she's walking, it looks like she's stepping in puddles, like in water. And if anyone remembers what Alice said in the very first Not Cry teaser trailer, that the waters basically reflect like the past and into the truth or something like that. It basically in the water reveals the past and the truth. And yeah, the past is the truth and then the future is like unknown. But anyways, I made it more complicated than it needed to be. but but yeah, she says something like that, and then Wanderer like walks away, and then when you see in the reflection of the water, when Wanderer is walking, it shows him in his Scaramouche form, not in the Wanderer form. So with her saying that, and then Saibao being God knows where, and she's walking and looking down into Leeway, and she's like walking like on water, but it looks like air. I think that's also showing us that the world is already flipped upside down. Because if you remember, which I mentioned this months ago, but I'll re-mention it. And actually, you know what? Let me pull up the exact thing. Because I screenshotted it. Because I first saw it in a Cat with a Blue Hat video with their theory about the world flipping over and over, like upside down. Okay, this is from the official Genshin website. Let's start from the beginning. It's not that long. It says Teyvat. You have arrived in Teyvat, a fantasy world where the seven elements flow and converge. In the distant past, the Archons granted mortals unique elemental abilities. With the help of such powers, people formed a bountiful homeland out of the wilderness. Pay attention. This is very, very important. However, 500 years ago, the collapse of an ancient civilization turned the universe upside upside down. Though the calamity the world has ceased, peace has yet to be restored. And it says check out the Tibet travel highlights after that. But it literally tells you right there, from the Genshin website itself, that the world or the universe is flipped upside down. So if it's flipped upside down, even though I have my own theory about that, which I think it continuously flips over and over and over after a major cataclysm-like event. That part is not confirmed from the Genshin website. It only talks about Khaenri'ah. When Khaenri'ah happened, the world or the universe flipped upside down. So, anyways, with me saying that, and from the Genshin website itself, it says it flipped upside down. So right now, the sea that we see, like this should be, or like this, is not really the sea. This is the sky. And what we see up there is actually the sea. Which kinda makes sense. A little bit. Especially if,
Chamber full and ready to roll.
because when you think of an abyss, you don't think of an abyss from the sky, because that doesn't make any sense. Usually when you think of an abyss, it will be in the bottom. So when Skirk came from the abyss into Tibet, she came through the sky. But why would it be called the abyss if she came from the sky, not from in the water? See what I'm basically trying to get at? It's like with also Paimon. They were fishing, or the traveler was fishing, and then pulled Paimon out of the sea. But when it pulled Paimon out of the sea, it wasn't from the abyss, it was from the sky. Because again, the universe flipped upside down. So I wonder with, we'll just leave it like that, with Zaibao walking in the sky, looking down into Liyue, and with her stepping on the water, that's also symbolizing that with the universe has flipped upside down, and the abyss is in the sky. So Zaibao has been hiding inside the abyss this whole entire time. But it is weird though. Because with her walking, and it was like a puddle, like water, then when Mavyuka punched the abyss and then it shattered the sky, how come water didn't come down? Well, okay, she is fire, so it probably just evaporated. Now that I think about it. And it will also make sense with Nouvelle crying. Because you know the whole thing is Fontaine, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. Like that whole thing. And the Primordial Sea, like over here, is like more purer over here than anywhere else. So if he would be able, like, if everything was correctly, right? And the sea was the abyss, and the sky was the sky. And if he would cry, it will kind of be like Wuthering Waves. When the rain will come down, up, not up, down. Because in Wuthering Waves, there's a phenomenon called the retroact rain. And with that, it goes down, up. So if the universe was flipped correctly, and Nouvelle will cry, then it should be coming from down, up. But since it's flipped, and its purest is here, and the Primordial Sea is also from within the abyss, then it will come like it's actually raining, like from the sky down. Hopefully that makes sense. That wasn't too complicated, but yeah. Man, I'm like really realizing a whole bunch of stuff now that I'm saying all this. I wonder. Oh, hold on. Let's Nah, you know what? We could do that after. Let me finish with this Hoyo Lab stuff before I forget, because I want to get to Liven before the servers resets. I keep on forgetting about that. But I was just talking about all that stuff because when I read this sentence, she knew these words to be like mirrors, each reflecting a version of her in this unfamiliar world. But those were versions others wished to see. She did not recognize herself in those reflections, just as she did not recognize the moon hanging in the sky. So she covered her eyes, unwilling to see any more of this false reality. Yeah. Just reading that reminded me of the stuff with Zybal and the universe being flipped upside down. Which that also reminds me, because I was speaking about this also last week, that I think in the Doctor's second phase, when you fight those three silhouettes, that the three silhouettes are the three moon goddesses. And the moon that the Doctor brings into Teyvat is the frost moon that Columbina doesn't like be like compatible with, even though she's supposed to. But the reason she doesn't is because the frost moon, or quote unquote frost moon, that he brings in isn't really the real frost moon. It's a fake moon, and it's the prison where Nubelung sent the three moon goddesses. That's what I think. So the moon said that she was traveling to was just gonna end up her being imprisoned with the other three moon goddesses. That's what I think. was gonna happen if the doctor didn't stop her. And even with the doctor stopping her and him bringing the moon into Tibet, he's basically not sort of freeing the three moon goddesses, but he's bringing the three moon goddesses back into Tibet. Because I think the moon is the prison that Nubelung put them in. It's not a real actual frost moon. Or maybe it is the actual real frost moon, but it has no power. And since it has no power, then he was able to use the frost moon as a prison for the three moon goddesses. That's what I think Nubelung did to them. And that's where I think they're also held up at. I think the frost moon is their prisons. Or is their prison, not prisons. But as far as Celestia taking the frost moon and throwing it out of Tibet in the first place, that I still don't know. I've been contemplating about that for a while, because with them doing that, they obviously knew that Nubelung was going to come back and imprison the three moon goddesses, because the three moons have been working with Celestia during his absence of leave. And then when he come back, he will feel like they betrayed him, which they sort of did. So he would imprison them. But for Celestia, or more than likely, Thanes, or the primordial one, which is Celestia, but the shades are part of Celestia, so anyways, let's just not make it complicated. The primordial one, for him to figure out that he's going to take the three moon goddesses and put them on the frost moon outside of Tibet. That's why he threw the frost moon out of Tibet previously, with the intentions of him knowing Nubelung's gonna put them there. I have no idea how the hell he figured that shit out. Because I'm pretty sure that's exactly why he threw the frost moon outside of Tibet. Because he knew Nubelung was gonna come back and imprison the three sisters. I just have no idea how the hell he knew that. Probably the Voyager. See, okay, that's the thing with the Voyager. Because if I'm wrong, which I could be wrong, I don't really want to admit it. I'd rather wait until the story tells me that I'm wrong. Kind of like with my whole Kafka and March thing that I had for like months. And I like refused to back down from that. But anyways, if I'm wrong about Khan Labina being the Voyager, then I think the Voyager is the person that came with Thanes. Because I think every Descender came with a partner. And with that partner, it's not an official category. I just made up a category to put them in a box so it could be easier for me to kind of like explain it. So, like, in this instance, like I play as Lu Ming, right? So for Lu Ming, she's the Descender, and her partner is the brother, which is the Ether. So Ether is kind of like the ascender to the descender. So I think all other descenders have a partner that's kind of like an ascender type. So for Fane's, his partner could be the Voyager, even though they came at two separate times. But honestly, that really doesn't matter too much, and I'll explain why. Because the Voyager came to Tibet to tell Nubalong that there's a threat outside. So for him to travel with her and leave Tibet behind because it's going to be destroyed by the abyss. He refused. She said okay, and then she left. And then when she left, sometime later, Nubalong also left into the abyss to figure out a way to save Tibet, which clearly that didn't work out. But anyways, while he left, that's when, coincidentally, and you already know how I feel about coincidence in Hoyoverse games, there's no such thing, but coincidentally, when he left, that's when Phanes appeared and started descending into Tibet. And then he descended, he established a new order, basically took over the role of what Nubalong was previously. So now Phanes had this new established order. And then he did the angels and the shades and all this other stuff. And then Nubalong came back, and when he came back with the abyss, ready for war. So when that happened, the Voyager coincidentally reappeared again. So I think the Voyager is literally just Fane's like eyes and basically like a spy. Like the Voyager could just be Fane's like spy to go out to all these places and see what's like, you know, habitable or inhabitable, and then say all this stuff to like their leader to like make them leave. So when they leave with the Voyager, then Fane's gonna come in and like take over everything. I think that's literally what the Voyager is doing. So I think the Voyager is the partner or the ascender type with the primordial one. Oh, and by the way, with Nubalong leaving and Phanes descending into Tibet, that's 100% accurate. That's a fact. And we know that because of Khan Bina's leaked set. So it says in the set specifically. Actually, you know what? Let me find it real quick. I'm not gonna read the whole entire thing because these things are not long. Oh, this is the Hexa Circle one. Let's see. Oh yeah, now that I also see this, not to go off track, but they actually give not Phanes, Nubalong another name. The primordial from the perfumed sea. So means he was born from the abyss. Which is weird because he's supposed to represent the sun. But the sun could come from whatever. We're not gonna get into that right now. We can save that for another time. Mm. Oh, okay. This is the Sands part of Colabina's artifact set. I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I'm gonna read like half of it. But it says, once there was an age in which the silver wheels that guided the primordial ferment was still 3 in number. In that time, the primordial dragon, born of the perfumed sea, soared through the deep void, vanishing into the interstellar mist. The dark-hued fog was so profound that even the starlight filling the heavens could not escape its pull. To find an answer before this planet was too devoured, the great dragon resolved to set out alone upon a bitter journey. From the world below, he raised 3 radiant moons, binding the small world tightly with the tethers of the tides. Moonlight would shine upon the fertile lands throughout the long night at the end of the end, until the roaming dragon returned from the land of mist. Yet millennium after millennium passed, and the 3 sisters of the moon never saw their former lord return, until that day when a winged descender arrived treading upon the morning star. Actually, you know what? Let me just finish this whole thing. This was not the great enemy foretold to extinguish the stars, nor did it seem intent on seizing the source that sustained the world's continuance. Faced with this uninvited visitor, the 3 guardians who acted on behalf of the planet's will were at loss, locked in endless debate. But whether submission or rebellion, battle or death, the king of all armies would mercilessly crush anything that stood in his way. For this was the new world he had chosen for the children of humanity, and by his design both earth and sky would be remade anew. Before the conquest of daylight came to its end, the attendants of night could only watch and wait. So, see? Right there. It shows you that he came into Tibet while Nubalong left. So, this thing that previously, including myself, that people thought that Thanes came into Tibet and fought Nubalong, and then he lost, and then he was seeking some higher power to leave and then come back with it so he could destroy Celestia and then reestablish his kingdom or whatever. That's inaccurate. No more. Because it says it right there. That's the Sans artifact part in Colabina's new set. It says it right there. He left, vanishing into the interstellar mist. And while he left, they waited. Millennium after millennium passed. And excuse me, I had to cough while I was reading. And the 3 sisters of the moons never saw their former lord return, until that day when a winged descender arrived treading upon the morning star. That's Thanes who came back, or not came back, who came into Tibet. So, yeah, like I said, everyone was wrong, again, including myself, because I thought that he came in when Nubelong was there, and they fought, and then Nubelong left. That's that's not the case. So again, it's pretty suspicious that the Voyager came by herself, said all this stuff, then Nubelong left, and then when he left, that's when Thanes came in. So, you know, pretty suspicious. But anyways, like I said, I'm still gonna be stubborn and delusional in terms of Columbina. I think Columbina is still the Voyager. But if I'm wrong, then the Voyager is the person that came with Thanes, or she was helping Thanes. Not she didn't directly come with Thanes, or maybe she did come with Thanes. Who the hell knows? Because the Voyager only interacted with Nubelong, and then that's when she left. So, if the Voyager did come back and someone saw her, they wouldn't have noticed her from before because other people didn't meet her. It was only Nubelong who met the Voyager. So, possibly she probably did come with Thanes. Or maybe not. Maybe she went to a different world. Because that was probably their thing. Go to one world, see what it is, get the most powerful person off the planet. Thanes comes in, takes over everything. Person comes back, they die. So, but as far as identity of who could be the Voyager, if it's not Columbina, her, right there, Paimon. I think Paimon is the Voyager. Because with Voyager, they're a couple things. They're companions, they're travel guides, they're travelers. So, you see where I'm getting at? It's like she literally does what a Voyager would do. Like, she would literally be considered a Voyager. So, like, she could be the Voyager that Nubelong met. And the same one that fell in love with Nicole. If Nicole is also the first angel. Which I think we're gonna be right about that. But it would be funny if everyone is wrong. Kinda like with Lygus being Rupert III. Everyone swore he was Rupert III, including myself. And then it was revealed that he wasn't. He was Xandar, which is much worse. But much better also. Because Xandar is technically right. in some of the stuff that he thinks. But anyways, we're not gonna go down that rabbit hole. We'll save that for another stream. Yeah. The potential Voyager honestly the most realistic answer. Because the Calnabina one, it's a little out there. But I very much like that theory, and I'm still gonna stick with it. But yeah, if it's wrong, then Paimon is the Voyager. Because like I said, Paimon does the exact same thing that Voyagers do. Like actual real Voyagers. So I think they like literally just been showing us this whole entire time. And it would make sense that why she would come from the sea, which would be really the sky, because the sky would be the abyss, and this would be the the real sky, which would be connected to like Celestia. So if under this would be like Celestia or connected to Celestia, then it means Paimon would be Celestia related, not Asmodee, even though Asmodee is Celestia related. That also explains all the stuff that she has on. Especially that symbol, like on her like chest stomach area. That little like blackened star, like a shooting star, like on her hair, like on the left side or right side. You know, us looking at Paimon. But if we was Paimon, technically it would be on the left side of her hair. Anyways, but yeah, you see it. And then all the star stuff like on her wings and whatever, or cape, whatever the hell that is. How she's the only one that looks like this. No other creature looks like this. So we don't know what the hell she is. And even all the stuff like the Mulazine saying that implying that she's like evil. Enjo saying that she's gonna betray us. What else? What else? What else? That rock in Risley's crust that reveals like the darkest stuff about a person. She touched it and like completely freaked out. Like she almost broke the rock. So all that stuff would be like Celestia related. Because Celestia is basically evil if you think about it. Like kind of like the whole Gnostic, quote unquote Gnostic Christianity stuff. Because Phanes represents like Lucifer. Even the Archons, their real names are like demonic names. The Shades are like demonic names. Paimon is a demonic name, which Paimon in the whole Gnostic Christianity thingy is also a traveling guide, a voyager within like hell and stuff like that. So if Columbina isn't the Voyager, which deep down, I probably know she's not, but I just refuse to admit it. Like I said, there she goes right there, Paimon. So Celestia has been watching us this whole entire time. And that's the thing. Because even if it turns out to be right, that Paimon is the Voyager, I don't think she willingly knows she's the Voyager. Like, I don't think she's doing this intentionally. I think she literally is trying to be like a travel guide and like a companion to the traveler. and just her not knowing like her actual true past. So then at the end of Genshin, um, probably be like some crazy ass revealed. And then that will be quote unquote seem as like the betrayal that everyone keeps talking about. Because she's working for Celestia unintentionally. So the Traveler probably wouldn't trust her. So it'll probably cause some tension, and then who the hell knows. But yeah, that's what I think. Alright, let's bro, I seriously need to just read these Hoyle lab posts so we can get into Liven. Dude, we got like 30 minutes left before this guy disappears. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so this antidote thing is just basically saying she doesn't believe in what she sees, so she hides her eyes so she doesn't have to see any more of this false reality. That's basically that. Let's see. Okay, that's just pictures. Oh, intel about the places. Okay. This is Iluga. Captain Iluga, squad leader of the Nightmare. What the hell does that say? Aurelios? Alright, investigation objective. To analyze the current situation, identify more viable response strategies for future efforts against abyssal corruption. Oh, it shows it right there. Yeah, it shows the eye. Dude, every time I see that eye, it kind of reminds me of Lord of the Rings. Like Mordor. Yeah, this might not be Archon Quest related. I think this is gonna be World Quest related. I wonder if that eye is because previously, well, last week when I was on Twitch talking about some theory stuff, I was saying that if it's Archon related, the eye could be Nubelong because it looks like a dragon eye. But if it's not and it's separated and it's only World Quest related, it could be the monster that the Bard in Not Cry mentions. And that was during the time when the Belazar went to war against the Abyss. And that monster was called Chernobog. So that could be the Eye of Chernobog. We just gotta wait and see. Okay, there you got the Kipumaki Cliff. That's where the eye is. Pillar of Embella. Some erosion stuff. Then you got a Pyramida or Pyramida. That's the Lightkeeper's place. Now the abyssal corruption in the north is severe. I suggest you gather as much intel about it as possible before you set off. Don't worry, I'll be with you. That's Iluga. Iluga is saying that to the Traveler. The Kohenki shines on in spite of the abyss. Where the wild hunt lurks. Kipumonkey Cliff. Colossal lidless eye, wherever its gaze lands, there is abyssal decay. Oh, yeah. This is Chernobog. Yeah, this is 100% Chernobog. Yeah, that's not Nobelong. Yeah, that's Chernobog. Because even when you talk to that bard, which I'll probably show the bard like a little later. I don't want to do that now. Because I really want to get to this Liben stuff after. And once I go to the bard, I'm probably going to completely forget. But yeah. They mentioned that he's basically like the god of like the dark, which is like abyssal stuff related. So beneath the giant eye, countless abyssal calamities have descended upon this land. Yep. That's 100% Chernobog. Clash of offense and defense. The evil eye, Lyceep has appeared. Oh, it's kind of like when we was in Natlon. Like when we went to like the dragon place. Like we was walking around. It basically where the captain sits. Over there. The dragon will like shoot at us and stuff. So it's basically kind of gonna be like the same thing at the cliff. Like stuff with the eye is gonna shoot at us, and then we can use stuff to reflect it. Oh, so if comrades walk into abyssal rift lines, which would be light keepers, if they walk into it, they'll become enemies. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so they're weak against Kohenki. That makes sense. Kohenki is pure. And you can use the companion sloth sheep to fight. Oh, but it could. You could use the sloth sheep, but it could get into a blighted state if it runs into a rift line. Alrighty. Oh god, this kind of like R&R stuff. Oh Jesus Christ. I hope we don't have to find them all over the place. I hope we could just use them as like abyssal stuff, like get rid of abyssal things. Alright, so that's all the stuff Lightkeeper related. And then another column being an antidote. Her memories. Okay. Her and Sandrone. Oh, hold on. Who is that in the back? Oh, that's Signora and Arlecchino. Oh, okay. Oh, she's arguing because she didn't get invited to the tea party. Or she didn't invite Columbina to the tea party. Okay. Intel Part 2. Alright. Oh, these are the other factions in this place. Favonius Keep and the Witch's Garden. Which, that one I've seen before. The Witch's Garden. That's, the Hexacircle stuff. Okay. The first one is the Witch's Garden. Faction friendliness assessment. I'm not quite sure how to angle this yet. A witch can be entirely virtuous, can't she? Faction agenda. It is said that deep within the garden dwells a great, noble, beautiful, and wise witch. Immortal of life, she is destined to keep watch forever until the footsteps of a certain traveler are heard. Okay, that's gotta be Alice. I think I need to work this a little more. Are we talking about one witch or many? Let's write about one first. Wait, what? Someone were writing about what? Wait, is that Anders' daughter? Huh. Shows an ink bottle with an ink feather pen. Huh, I wonder if she's writing the stuff in gold. Because it's kind of like a gold box, you could say. And within the box is like certain descriptions. But all the people that's saying or the person that's saying it's honestly starting to sound like it's Anders' daughter. Like Anders' daughter is writing another story. Dude, it's crazy that she's able to do all this and she's human. At first, I thought Alice was just bluffing, saying that she's the strongest Hexacircle witch. The Anders' daughter is the strongest Hexacircle witch. But, now I'm starting to believe her. Because it's insane how she's able to literally break fate and, like, rewrite a person's destiny. And she's human. Like, what? But anyways. The wind is whistling over treetops and purple leaves are falling down like rain. These are the traces of witch's magic used to conceal her residence within the certain or curtain of purple rain and the garden. But remember, only those pure of heart will be able to see the witch's lodge. Oh, so it's some type of like Aranara thing. Like you have to believe to see it. And then it says, maybe completing an error or two for the witch can also help one see. Oh my god. Just like the Aranara. And then this is the Knights of Favonius. Favonius. This is their area now. Varka. Oh, they set up camp near the Amsavartanar area. Jesus Christ, I don't even know how to say that. Since the camp is new, I have been assigned to area patrol. It's too bad the Seamus isn't around at the camp these days. Otherwise, you'll be able to have a chat with him about his two daughters. Oh, Barbara and Jean. Oh, so Seamus is their father? Huh, I wonder if he's gonna become playable now in the future also. Seamus, father of Jean and Barbara. Would you look at that? Alright. And then this is the Lightkeeper's place. Statue of the first Darshanaya. Is this supposed to be the guy the one that started the Lightkeepers? What the hell is his name? So every time I think of his name, I always think of Sokolov from Dishonored, because his name is like kind of similar like that. I don't know. It's like Sokalev or Solokev, something like that. Okay. What else? What else? What else? And they're giving a lot of information in these Holiolab posts. I was not expecting this. Oh, and then the very last one. Oh, these are the secret world bosses. And a gigantic plant, a wolf, and Black Barrel Hag. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, she's fucking OP. I seen people fight her in the beta. Yeah, that old woman is gonna be a problem. yeah, she's gonna be a very big problem. Oh, this is like all wishes and stuff. Oh, alright. Well, I guess there's nothing else. Hold on, let me check this real quick. Yeah, alright, that's nothing. Okay. Let's get to this dude. Liben. So this is the first time we meet Liben during Not Cry. So this update, obviously. Because this is his first appearance. And there's no entire Luna update. So it starts off with saying... So Liben says, "Ah, friend, we meet once more." Traveler says, "Liben, where have you been raking in all that wealth lately?" Liben says, "Huh, I'm not exactly rolling it in like you think. Honestly, I might have even lost a few more. I was recently doing business at the Collective of Plenty. Someone took a look at my mushroom and said, they look rather ordinary, not like those of the mushroom gods. What in the world is a mushroom god? And is there some new variety of edible mushrooms I should have known about? But I have to get home for the lantern rite, whether there's money in my pocket or not. So I've been running shorter trade routes recently. Dormanport, for an example." So that means this next little expansion area we're gonna get is gonna be Dormanport. Because once he mentions a new place, then that's exactly where we're going to. I don't know if it's gonna be a whole. I doubt it though. But I don't know if it's gonna be like a whole entire. What you call it? A whole entire like Archon quest place, kind of like Not Cry, or it's gonna be something like oh my god, I'm stuck on stupid. Like the place in Fontaine within the water, or even wait, what is it called? Chungyu Vale. That place where Gaming and Lanyan is from over there. I'm like stuck on stupid. I can't think of those places. But yeah, anyways, I don't know if it's gonna be an expansion thing like that or it's gonna be something not Cry. But I doubt it. It'd probably be like some expansion pack or expansion map. And then the Traveler says, Domenport. Liben says, it's just north of Mondstadt. Have you not been there before, friend? this was hilarious. And then the Traveler says, well, someone was holding me back, telling me we'll explore it later. Dude. Oh god, that's hilarious. And then Liben says, it's a port town built on cargo shipping and flower cultivation. Just looking at it makes you feel at ease. There used to be a very famous sanatorium up in the hills there, but it was torn down a few years ago. Speaking of which, it's actually kind of creepy. There's a pretty chilling saying about that sanatorium up in the hills. They say that anyone who visits the sanatorium will remain in those enchanted hills forevermore. The traveler says because the place is so comfortable that there's no reason to leave. Liven says, I guess it's not so creepy if you look at it that way. Maybe that saying started because of the fresh air up there, from all the dust and noise below. It must be nice to live in the hills. The traveler says there are plenty of beautiful mountains and other scenic spots in Leeway too. And Liven says, that's very true, but alone in the mountains, you can't help but worry about things like getting food or water, or the risk of being dragged off by wild animals, especially since no one's really set up the kinds of services needed for a proper retreat yet. It really has to be a proper retreat, pay to stay, get a nice rest, enjoy the opportunity to be close to nature. That's the only way one can... Jesus Christ. Dude, I wonder if I'm getting dyslexia all of a sudden. Oh God. It says, that's the only way one can feel truly comfortable. Jeez. Like, as I was reading it, I was like reading it and seeing it backwards. My God. Anyways. In any case, I better get busy since staying at the sanatorium costs money. Looks like business as usual for us then. So, there's a couple of interesting things about the sanatorium. Because Dormanport is known, let me pull up his exact words. Cargo shipping and flower cultivation. Just looking at it makes you feel at ease. So I wonder, which we have to read the book and see exactly what's what with the fox and dandelion you see. Because I'm pretty sure Minslip, which I need to watch that video. But, or watch the rest of that video, because I stopped like 5 seconds in. But she mentions that book, and then time travel, or the first instance of like a time loop or time travel, one of those things, in Tibet. Supposedly it's in the book. So that makes me think a couple things. That due to this flower cultivation, stuff is like more potent, right? So it could be some hallucination type of scenario in the sanatorium, or it could be, which is the more realistic answer because it's Genshin, because it says anyone who visits the sanatorium will remain in those enchanted hills forevermore. So it could be that the place is like not like haunted, but it could be kind of like yeah, because I know when I was talking about this last week, it kind of got a little confusing. But okay, so there is a guy in Not Cry that he's from Sumeru. He's a researcher, but he's a bit of a lunatic because he says a lot of crazy stuff. Like Tibet is like a flat Earth and a whole bunch of other stuff. And Shesnaya is not real at all because we can't see it on a map. Which made me think that what if Shesnaya is within some type of void, like hiding in the abyss, being not visible on Tibet, right? That's just a little thing I was thinking. I don't want to go too far into that because that's a whole nother thing. Because I will also have to deal with Osmodei and Osmodei being the servant of the Sarista and etc. etc. But I just mentioned that just to say that I wonder if the sanatorium up in the hills was almost something like that. Like, I wonder if around that place, or possibly even inside the sanatorium itself, like, when you go within it, like, you end up in some type of, like, void situation that, like, visibly you're there on Tibet, but while you're inside, it's like you're not in Tibet, you're in somewhere else. Or it could be while you're there around the sanatorium or in the sanatorium, it could be something of like a time loop. Like when you do that Fontaine Marianne quest with the castle, which I'll go to it after this. But yeah, because when you go in the castle and you go through the halls, you like get the sword, then reach around, then you're at the beginning. Then you do something else, you reach around, you're at the beginning. Then you do something else after that, then you reach around and you're in the beginning. And then from there on, you just keep going in circles and circles and circles and circles until you realize you stop going forward and you go backwards. So when you go backwards, you go into a different level. I mean the main place still kind of looks the same, but you're actually going to a different level. So you're not stuck like in a loop, basically. Like you're actually progressing further by going backwards, ironically. So I don't know if it's something like that from the Marianne Castle thing. If it's something like that in the sanatorium. And if that is the case of just some type of like time loop inside the sanatorium, that's why it feels like it's enchanted. That will probably be the mysterious person that is only shown in the reflection of the water. So the sixth mysterious person in the silhouette. I think it's dumb. I think that sixth mysterious person is from Dorman Port. Specifically stuff related to the sanatorium and the quote-unquote enchanted hills. I think that's exactly what it is. I think it's her being stuck within the time loop, or like I said previously before, it could be some type of almost like a void situation. Like you go into it and you're like in the abyss or whatever, and the person in the reflection of the water from the silhouettes is probably stuck in the void and they can't get out. So those are only two things. They're stuck within the void or they're stuck in a time loop. And the traveler has to go and free them. That's what I think. Yeah, that was basically kind of it with the Liban stuff. I don't know, maybe when we read the Fox and Dandelion Sea, maybe I could connect some more dots, but so far that's what I got from it. Oh, and then also, before this guy disappears, yeah, this is what I wanted to look at. Because the thing that he used to sell, those same things are in what you call it, are in Star Rail. So eager to no, bro, just spelling it wrong. Bro, seriously, I put this a very specific way, and it's putting something else. That's stupid. A rare, unusual, or intriguing object. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because all the objects are weird in the thing in the Divergent universe for Star Rail. Well, and that will also explain all the stuff that he's carrying also. Because I never even seen most of this stuff before. Well, some of them, yeah. But like that weird helichurl mask and that seashell with the flower. Well, the pan is just a pan. Those crystals, those are like the magical chunk ones. That wind thing, I'm not sure where that's from. That's how he's making money. They say that everyone says Naya is tightening their belts, so there should be a business opportunity there too. Wait, so for like weird, unordinary like materials, that's what they're collecting is Shasnaya? So he's collecting that stuff and then giving it to them? Hmm. Interesting. Alright, well, see you next year. Actually, you know what? Let's, well, I don't have anything else to say to him. Because I only got one more minute before server resets. What I was... Yeah, I already see the daily missions. Um, what is? I know I was gonna look at the book. I said I was gonna do something first, or show something first. Fuck, I don't even remember. Nah, he's not here.
Take me up. Open fire.
No, I have to get specific ones. Ay, ay, ay.
Locked on. Bullseye.
Stabilize.
Let's fly. Locked on.
Jeez. How long these things are, man. Man, that's the thing. Hold on. Before. Yeah, alright. So, with these three, I'm just gonna do, the resin stuff. Because I've realized that, like, before, I haven't done, like, especially, like, with the talking ones, like, talking to people. Like, I haven't done certain ones. I kind of just, like, skip by them. And, some of them actually leads to, like, secret achievements. Like, the thing with Elon Musk. The thing with, which I don't even know if I ever done it on this account. I don't remember. But I was previously doing another server, and the thing with Juliana, that you meet the husband, and then he asks to get a gift from three people, and if you choose Vio, I think is her name, then Vio's like here, and then you go back here, give it to him, he gives it to Juliana, and then later on you meet him again. Then he says stuff about Vio, then you meet Vio again. Then it turns out Vio is like an informant, and she knew stuff about Juliana, and then you meet him again, and then Vio says Juliana is somewhere here-ish. And then once you like follow her sneakily, and she meets the treasure hoarders, and then dude, it was like a whole gigantic ass thing. And that was all from a daily mission. like, like I don't remember ever doing that. Like, what the hell? But yeah, so that's why with anything like talking to someone in a daily commission, I've been doing those now, especially if I don't remember it. Because in Fontaine, those I remember. Because it was like some painting dude here-ish, I think. And then someone like fishing. I think that same painting dude, but you have to do the other ones first. I think he ends up here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. There's one in Sumeru. I don't remember that one too much. But I know it's something about fighting with treasure hoarders. Not treasure hoarders, fighting with those mercenary people. Forgot the name. Is it Eremites? I think that's their name, the Eremites. Alright. Alright, let's just do the fighting ones. I don't know which one I should do. No, I should probably do money. I should probably do these. Honestly, bro, I need to start doing goddamn artifacts. Well, talents more. Artifacts too, but... Oh, yeah. I don't know what to do exactly. I probably should do artifacts. Show how shit my luck is gonna be. What the hell? Why? Okay. Alrighty. Oh, now that I'm here. Actually, you know what? I don't feel like going all the way up there. Let's go to the chasm. Let's make this real quick point about the doctor. Because... well, I have to go back to the chasm anyway. But anyways... because we know these were sent from Celestia. These are called Celestia nails. And they were sent down to hit abyssal eroded places. As you can tell, like this area is like abyssal stuff. Even though not to the exact extent, because you know it's like kind of sort of cleaned up, but a majority of it was abyssal stuff around. But the nails come down and cleanse it, and basically gets rid of a majority of the abyss stuff. But when these are also descended down from Celestia, it destroys like any civilizations or anything else like around it. So with this being from Celestia and being blue like this, that it's pure, and red being chaos, then blue and red would probably make purple. So purple probably appeared when Nubelong and Thanes were fighting. Maybe. That's a little, you know, out there, but... anyways, I said all that simple stuff to say that, because I've always thought that this is the pure energy or pure power from Thanes himself. But I'm not entirely sure if that's still accurate anymore. I don't know if this blue power is actually from Nubelong. And Fanes got part of Nubelong's power while Nubelong left into the abyss. Because since Fanes was able to basically revamp Tibet into his liking, and he used old stuff to create new, then he must have also found a way to get Nubelong's power, or some form of it. And the reason why I say I think this might actually be Nubelong's power, like the blue stuff, is because here. What the hell is that? Oh, I thought it was still some green thing. This right here, this is Fanes, and Fanes, I don't know what exactly this is, because I don't know if they're giving him power, but I kind of doubt that. I'm pretty sure it's Fanes giving them power, and I don't really know who the hell these people are. I know there's some video explaining stuff about Dragon Spine. I gotta rewatch that. But anyways, it's gold. It's not blue. So if the Celestial Nail is pure power from Fanes and it's blue, why isn't this blue? Why is this gold? So I think the blue power is actually from Nubelong. And in that lawn, I don't remember exactly where, but we shall find it. I don't know if it's up here. Let's see. There's some statue somewhere when it shows Nubelong. And when it shows Nubelong... Oh, well, this one's broken, so this is not it. Shit. Actually, I wonder if this was it. Was this always broken? Or was this broken after you do, after you do the quest? No, I don't think that was always broken. Damn, I don't remember exactly where the hell this thing is. Oh, I think I need these anyway. I think.
Take the up.
Oh, is that it right there? Yes, it is. Nubelong. So you see, it has the 3 moons, then this moon, and then like a sun around it, and then that blue in the middle. So I don't know if that same Celestia Nail power is actually something like this, which would be from Nubelon, because Nubelon created these moons. So I don't know, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that is exactly what it is. Actually, now that I think about it, why is this moon eclipsing a sun? Huh, I wonder when Nubelung left, the world flipped upside down. Or was it already upside? No, it was upside down. Because it says he was born from perfumed sea. So that means the abyss was already up. And then he left, he came back, they waged war, he lost. Bane's probably also lost. And then it most likely flipped. And then the Crimson Moon Dynasty, the moon, one of the moons was up, the iridescent. And then that's how they started praying to that. And then that happened. Then there was a war. That would be Third Descender War, right? And then it flipped. So now Sun was above. Okay, so Nubelon was born from this. From Abyss, right? So flipped, the sun went up, then Crimson Moon Dynasty, that flipped, moon was up, this Third Descender War, Hyperborea, all that other crap, flipped, was up. And then when the second Conria Dynasty, that's why the second Conria Dynasty is called Eclipse Dynasty. Because it was being eclipsed. So that means their sun looked something like that. Their sun really wasn't a sun. Alrighty. Interesting. No, I need to read them. That could be something for another time. Oh, now that I see this, I wonder if, what you call it? Let's just stab this bird. Because if I leave it as Chaska, it's just gonna blab. But I wonder if, because, well, let me backtrack. Because I saw this theory video like a while ago from this guy called Genshin Bane, and his theory is the reason why the Doctor is doing what he's doing is because this is the final experiment that he's doing to get results for the Sarista and Piero in order to see what happens when a god dies, like an actual legitimate god, or like a descender level being dies. Because in the Tevet interlude trailer at the end, Piero asks the question. Well, before he asked the question, he first said that he knows the price for gazing upon a god, or the gods. And then he asks the question, but what is the price for killing a god? And then the Doctor does all this stuff in Not Cry, and he steals Columbina's moon power with the other two moon marrows, and now he basically becomes like the fourth moon, or to me, I think he's a descender level threat, because I think he's like way higher in power level in terms of a shade or a moon and the archons. But we just have to wait and see. And Tuesday, I think the update comes out. Tuesday or later today. I don't know. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? Because you could usually tell. No, so it's tomorrow. So yeah, it is Tuesday. But yeah, so with him, most likely using his Omega build clone for that clone to become a god, and then seeing what happens when that god dies, then Piero could get the answer to his question that he was asking during the Tevet interlude. What happens when a god is killed? That's basically what Genshin Bane thinks. Which is really, 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 really solid. Because that's honestly probably exactly what it is. It's Piero telling the Doctor to do all this stuff and seeing what happens when a descender or near descender level power dies in the Watch of Celestia, basically. So, depending on what happens and the repercussions of him dying, we'll probably find out the rest of Project Stuja. Because I think Project Stuja is still gonna end up being resurrecting the third Descender somehow. So, we just gotta wait and see. But they're probably doing all this stuff to see with him dying, because with him dying, it will probably be the same results of the third Descender being alive. Because if you think about it, not to get all philosophical or whatever, but because you know, especially in terms of Star Rail and a little bit of Xenozone, but I'm not gonna get too much into it. I'm just gonna say this little thing and then keep on with Genshin. But excuse me. If you think about it, In Zenless Zone, Kara Arna, which is the teacher of the proxies, she mentioned through salvation it reaches into destruction. And then if you do destruction, that leads to salvation. And then in Star Rail, Nanook, which is the god of destruction, he wants to use destruction to reach finality so finality could rebirth the whole entire universe. So technically, going through a death will also be the rebirth of a new life. So if that would be the same case in the other games, that could be the same case in this game. Like, through death of one god, those same results and consequences could be applied to the birth of a new god, or maybe even an old god. So they're basically getting two birds with one stone with this one final experiment that the doctor keeps on talking about. But yeah. I was gonna mention something about the Ruin Guards. I literally completely forgot because I started talking about Piero. Oh, okay, I remember. No, I remember. Because what I also wanted to talk about of how the Doctor even became what he became. Because I think it was the research of... Hold on. It was obviously over here, Dragon Research. Then that balloon thing, somewhere around here. But the balloon was like all the way high up in the sky. There was that. I don't know if he researched this stuff. This stuff is actually pretty suspicious. I don't know too much about this, but I'll get into that a different time. Then the moon thing around here. Well, this also including this, doing the stuff with the Saurians, and then the stuff with the moon. Why keeps doing that? You know, actually. Anyway, it shows like a gigantic moon remnant fragment, and then all the other stuff that he's been doing here since like his early age. Oh, stuff down here. Not there. Over here. Wait, where the hell is it? Oh, over here. With Wanderer and whatnot. And then in Mondstadt, he was also around here doing a whole bunch of experiments. And then there's been even though there's no well, besides one of them, I'll get to that. There's no actual direct confirmation from like these little groups that's around over here, but they're from the Fatui, and it's around suspicious stuff, so that could be Doctor related. But it's like Duran's Heart, stuff about the Golden City, because there's like some over here, and the Golden City's like over here, I think, down there. He's still keeping tabs around here. There was a group of Fatui soldiers inside the chasm. I'm trying to think of... I can't remember all the spots, but over here. Um, Also, there's like some of them hiding like within, like deep down here within these pyramid areas. The Fatui soldiers. Of course, his own research. Even that little hut thing that he did. Where the hell is that place? Somewhere over here. I don't remember where. Oh, I think it's right here. Yeah. Is it his own experiments? Fatui soldiers around. Wait, is it here or is it the other place? I can't remember. Oh, trying to research into this. Researching into these ruin guards. Researching. Well, I already went through that long. Oh, and then. Well, even though it wasn't Fatui soldiers around here, but with me saying, oh, I gotta go down. With me saying all this research stuff, that's like Conria related or old world related and whatnot. The doctor was like always like around researching these things. And with this specific ruin guard, he was probably researching this one. Because if you remember in the very first Conria quest, Dan Sliff tries to take the eye from this field teller because the sibling wants it. Because it's like connected to like the Abyss Order and whatnot. But with this field teller, that I don't think a lot of people realize is that I think this was kind of like the beginning of Conria using ruin guards to observe and record data, or maybe even, if possible, absorb power of like archons, shades, or whatever, or like even Celestia themselves. So then they could go back to Conria, and then Irminsul could use the data to like fight the Abyss or enhance his obsession with the Abyss or whatever. Because this one, of course, connected to this. And then there's ruin guards around here where the Celestial Nail is. You have the Conria, the underground bootleg Conria thing here. Celestial Nail here. Let's see what else. I'm just like trying to give like a few examples because I don't know. I don't remember every single one. These of course, APEP, which I don't even know if they knew about APEP, but I would not be surprised. Oh, and this place. The Inquisitor. Well, that's not really Conria related. That's like Abyss related. Because now that it's about Conria, uh, that they did it with the robots. I think the Abyss Order tried to do somewhat the same thing. Like they would go to like I guess you could say like quote unquote suspicious places of like power and do like their own research and try to steal the power and whatnot. Because this is pretty close to this, and this is connected to this. Which this was fighting the Abyss, and this was also fighting the Abyss, but then it got corrupted, and the Abyss, I guess you could say, technically won until the Traveler came and cleansed this area. So, yeah, it's just like a lot of instances of, oh, and also, where is it? Yeah, down here. There's like a small hidden group of Fatui soldiers that's actually directly connected to the Doctor. Because it was like a little mini quest, but I already beat it. And then they say that they're here on orders of the Doctor to research like this area over here. Which this is... Let me show you real quick.
I'm a little out of practice these days.
Because the
Any
group
conflicts
is
around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
down there. Down there. But they were in task of researching this stuff, which is also King Deshret related, like always.
Let's fly.
But this, so yeah. Oh, it just sent me into here. Alright, well, that's fine. But, yeah, so there's like so much like amount of instances of like him researching stuff, especially stuff about Conria also, which he would get that information from Piero. Because I'm pretty sure it was Piero that told him about all that stuff. So, yeah, he basically has the perfect, I guess you could say perfect, quote-unquote being, if you want to say that. He has the knowledge of Conria, the knowledge of Forbidden Truth, of course, the regular fake truth, which is stuff related to the Archons and whatnot. He has moon stuff, moon remnants, moon marrows, research, technology with King Deshret, his own technology. So he literally has like everything like perfect to create that perfect being. And that perfect being reaching Descender level threat. So the Doctor been at this for a long time. And I don't think a lot of people realize that Piero is really a gigantic help. Especially with all this Conrian stuff. Also Wanderer. Wanderer was a very big help also, because Wanderer went to the Abyss to look for stuff. And then those stuff that he found, he reported back to the Doctor and Piero. So, yeah, there's also that. Now I understand why he created so many goddamn segments. Cause they were literally researching everywhere on Teyvat at basically the exact same time. Oh man. Oh my god, 74. Jeez. Moonlight, burn not life and ancients youth. Now that I'm seeing that also, I'm pretty sure all these places is like filled with phase. Because after Hyperborea was destroyed, I think phase just spread everywhere, all over Tibet. And then a specific angel went with them, and then that angel basically helped them, I guess you could say, like transition into the new area, especially over here in Sumeru. Because I still think she might be Fae related. She might be Fae related. So, and in order for her to be Fae related and stay in Sumeru, it's probably because of that goddess of flowers, Angel, the one who worked with King Deshret, probably made them compatible with the desert, if you want to put it like that, so they won't die. I'm pretty sure all these other places have stuff like that also. Just gotta figure it out. Oh, the tiredness is really kicking in, man. I don't know if I should just do some of these like little random stuff. Actually, let's do these. I completely forgot. Well, we'll do it after. We'll read the
Where to?
we'll read the Fox and Dandelion thing, and then I'll end after that. Yo, but yeah, you see, like, even seeing stuff like this, like, it's all blue, which is stuff like of, like Celestia, I think. And then here with the, like, 5 circles, and then the tree itself is, like, gold. And, like, these are, like, more Celestia power related, I guess, if you want to put it like that, than these, like, little blue stuff that you find around. So I don't know, I'm just not sure. I don't know if this is all just kind of like Nubelong related, and then when he came and started doing stuff, he used the old with the new, and that's why it like looks like this and like mixes together, like even with the Celestia nails also. But then his just pure raw power is just all like gold, because he is a descender, and descender is usually sun related, and sun would be gold. So, and then this red, like raw power, is probably like, I'm not sure, maybe when Nubelon came back. Or maybe it was just, I don't know. maybe it could be. Well, this is gonna sound more out there, but this could be Nubelong's raw power turned into red because now it's not compatible with the world. So now it's considered like chaotic or chaos energy, I guess. So that's why it appears red. And that's why when you always interact with red, you get
Solidify.
like crazy stuff.
Go. You're free now. Farewell.
Lockjaw! Bullseye!
Gather. Be free.
Shower me with praise.
Take me up!
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think we probably got a majority of stuff figured out. But we just gotta wait. We've gotta wait for the next update. I feel like the next update they're really gonna get into like the higher being type of lore, which is like Nubelong related, lone goddesses, hopefully the primordial one themselves, but just gotta see. Man, you know what I just realized while looking at this? Because this is a part of Irminsul, right? So if this is a part of Irminsul, and this is in the Abyss, I mean, Irminsul is connecting through the Abyss? Huh. You know what this reminds me of? This kind of reminds me of the theory that that all the stuff that's happening in Tibet is like some form of like a kind of like a power source, like the constellations and the Irminsul tree and the fake sky and whatever. Like keeping everyone like in prison and like using their power to gain more power. I wonder if there actually is some truth to that in the sense of like they're using people's power to give more power for Fanes. So when Fanes wakes up, then he could be like all like I guess as strong as when he first came into Tibet, or maybe even stronger than that. Hmm. Uh, I'm not sure, man. There's lot of possibilities for certain stuff. I just wonder where all this stuff even. Oh, you know what this could? Are you? Because we gotta remember that Tibet, like all of this, even though it's gigantic and there's massive a lot of land, and everything is different from each other, but this is only like a quarter of the rest of the planet. Because this is all of this together is still technically one continent. So I wonder, like, if all this domains and well, yeah, especially more domains, but domains and like some these things that we're able to do, like we're able to go into this and like refight it. Well, this will also be domain related, but the fact that we're even able to go into this and like refight him again while like quote unquote like visiting the past or whatever, again into like a domain, which it would be connected to the abyss. But I wonder if all this other stuff is just corrupted in the abyss, and since there's like nothing here, there's probably just empty void because everything is destroyed on the outside, assumingly, that all of this space is actually being used as like stuff like this. So when you're like coming here or going here or going not there like going there or whatever, is actually just this void because there's just nothing. So all this is just being ate up with these domains. But simultaneously with these domains that is connected to out here, that it's really not technically taking up space. That sounded kind of confusing, but that's kind of where my head is going. That this is connected to here, and this is also connected to here, simultaneously. Like all these empty spaces here is these domains.
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
Yeah, 'cause it looks like it's in the abyss. And then you also have Irminsul trees. And these Irminsul trees, if this really are like the abyss, which I'm pretty sure it is, then how the hell are these things in the abyss connecting throughout Tibet? They will probably have to have like a physical connection also within Tibet. And that will have to be these domains itself. So while you're here, you're also simultaneously somewhere just out here.
Stabilize.
Strike a pop!
Time to say hello. Not too far now.
Fire in the hole! Let's fly! Open fire! Bullseye!
Solidify!
Shower me with bullseye!
You know what's also pretty interesting? Now I'm thinking about it, bro. That theory about this being a prison so they could use like their power is actually making more sense. Because while you fight this chaotic energy, which was like the red key, you can't leave until you beat it. And then once you beat it, like the part shatters, and then you could come here, go to this golden tree with the 5 circles, which would be the shades and Thanes, interact with it, and then, well, hold on, before I even do that, let me, I don't wanna, that was 60. Yeah, but while you interact with it, you gain all this other stuff to make your character stronger. Therefore, making yourself stronger and still being within the false sky of Tibet. So making Tibet's barrier stronger. Uh, and that's why Celestia is over there. Man. Jeez. Man, what a rabbit hole we go into.
Ad Astra.
But it makes a lot of
Thank you for
sense. It does make a lot of sense. Alright, let's just like a better spot than we can sit at. No, it doesn't matter anyway. Let's look at this real quick. I did say we was gonna do this. Oh, I gotta. Jeez, dude. But yeah, I gotta collect all the other ones that I don't have. I don't even know how the hell I don't have some of these. Oh, what am I doing? It's supposed to be going the normal way to see a fox in the dandelion sea. Men of Liflin? I don't have that one? I thought I did. That one is a Fontaine. I swear I thought I had that one. I remember seeing a video about that one a long time ago. Oh, there it goes. How long is this? Oh my god. Dude. Oh no. Oh lord. Okay. Well, yeah, we're gonna. I'm gonna skim through this. I'll skim, but I'll like read skim, if that makes sense. Because I just want to see what is the gist of this whole thing. That there's like some form of like time travel or time loop or something like that. And if I don't see any, then I'm just gonna watch the video and see exactly how she thinks it's some form of a time loop thing. Because maybe I just not catching it, not understanding it, or maybe it could just be on her. But I doubt it. I honestly doubt it. It'll be on me. Dude, while I'm like slowing down, this looks so weird. Anyways. Oh, now that I'm reading this, I also was theorizing, well, depending on what's inside this book and what I understand from the book, I wonder if the fox is the person connected to the sanatorium in Dormanport, and that could be the sixth mysterious silhouette. Jeez. Think about making fox soup. Jesus Christ. So a whole bunch of foxes just started appearing as spots. It started from one. Spots were infected with dandelion seeds. The fox had disappeared. Huh. Okay. Okay. Huh. I wonder, because I've had this theory for a while also, which I talked about it before, that the phase spread out everywhere, and then an angel basically like adapted them to the area. So I think Yae Miko might actually be somewhat Fae. And reading this was not confirming that she is a Fae, but we know that Faes shapeshift. So I wonder if this story that the foxes are actually Faes that could shapeshift. Yeah, this is still very early, but it's pretty interesting that these foxes could actually shapeshift in the first place. Yeah, now I'm even starting to think more that these are just actually phase. It's also always talking about in Moonlight. Huh. Okay. This. I wonder if this is also somehow related to the Sea of Flowers that the sibling would talk to the traveler about. What exactly is this Sea of Flowers? Because they always talk about it like if it's at the end of like their journey, they reach it. But Is that necessarily true? Like, what if the Sea of Flowers is only just their beginning? Kind of like what I was explaining like earlier. That reaching a finality makes a new beginning. So when you reach the end, you only actually reach like the beginning of a new journey. So is the Sea of Flowers that they will reach at the end just like reset themselves in Tibet to just go back into it? I don't know. I'm not sure. Because I still. Well, that's the thing. I don't remember since last time. Because I know last time. Well, times before that, I've mentioned Danslif and Vedofenir being like body and soul of the Primordial One. But I don't think that's the case anymore. They might be like body and soul of Nubelong, and the Traveler and the Sibling could be body and soul of the Primordial One. That's why everything revolves around them. And why Danslif has like this unexplainable, like, you know, godlike power. Like basically like impossible power. Like Descender near type of power. Kind of. So I don't know. Not entirely sure. Dude, it's just so much stuff, man. It's crazy. Man, we gotta also read all these other books, man. But I'm definitely not gonna do that right now. Man, honestly, I don't even know. I don't even, yeah. Well, let me just finish this one. We'll worry about that stuff another time. How exact? Well, okay, I wonder, is this gonna end up being that the boy who wants to be friends is really just himself or something? Is that how this time loop thing is gonna work? Wait, what? A landmine is even blind. Don't may my teacher's wishes by the wind and reach the animal icon. The wind will slip away. Ooh. Curved pupils in her eyes glisten like two crescent moons shining on ripples in the lake. Okay. Okay. Huh. The sound. Hmm. Sounds like a moon maiden. Or am I just overthinking it? What sort of sounds like though? Could Bina has her eyes like that? Um, the NPC that you meet, her eyes is like that. I forgot her name. Um, Llamas. The Lindis. I still think the Lindis is the iridescent moon maiden. Man, there's been other people. Because doesn't even, which I don't remember, honestly, but doesn't Zai Bao have some moon like? But even though she's not the moon maiden, but still. Hmm. I wonder exactly who that is. She lowered her head slightly. Her long black hair flowed down her neck like a waterfall, glistening in the moonlight. Pale white skin shone brightly. Now, who the hell is that? I'm trying to think. I don't even. Who matches a description like that? And can't even really say Columbina, but Columbina does have dark hair. But it's kind of like red. Like some parts is like reddish. But she was around previously before she got sent back into some past. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it is her though. I'm starting to realize the moons really are connected to this wind stuff. Now it makes more sense of Mondstadt being City of Moon, but also City of Freedom with Venti, and then even Venti's statue saying it's the gateway to Celestia. I just wonder if somehow, but this is gonna sound a little confusing, but if, okay, let's put it in terms of like Focalors. That Focalors and Furina is kind of like one of the same, because Furina is Focalors' humanity, not her divinity. So Focalors is Furina because it's her humanity, right? But Focalors isn't. I mean, Furina isn't Focalors because Furina is only the humanity side, right? So she's not the divinity side. So Farina isn't Focalors, but Focalors is Farina. Something like that. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. Because what I'm about to say might be a little more confusing. I think that might be the same case with Isharoth and Venti. Now that I'm reading this stuff, and now that I'm also thinking about the Hexen Circle artifacts and the description in that, especially when it says when Decorabium fell, and then the wind was gone and Calamity was approaching, Venti picked up the lyre, started playing songs that Isharoth herself never heard of before, which shouldn't make any sense because she's the Shade of Time and she should know anything related to songs, because songs are basically kind of one with the wind, if you want to put it like that. So it's one with time. And if she doesn't know something with a song that is Venti, but if they're connected, so I wonder if Venti, again, hopefully this won't be too confusing, but I wonder if Venti is Isharoth, but Isharoth isn't Venti. That's why Venti knows so much about Isharoth, but then that will probably explain why Isharoth didn't know the song that Venti was playing while the Calamity was approaching as soon as Decorabian was killed or sealed, whatever. But if that is the case, then how the hell did Venti even... Man, Venti really is a very, very hard person to try to crack. Because I don't even know why exactly the statue says is the gateway to Celestia. Unless it means the whole place of Mondstadt, and that just how it so happened to be put on his statue. Because if you think about it, the tree where Vanessa ascended from, or where Vanessa ascended from to Celestia, then a tree appeared there, which also kind of doesn't make any sense. Because didn't other people also ascend? And I don't think anything like that has also happened. And why Vanessa? Vanessa wasn't from Mondstadt, she was from Natlan. Well, she did help with the whole overthrowing Decorabian thing. But the other people died and nothing like that happened to them. So why exactly her? Who is Vanessa really? And what has she become since she ascended? Is she now a shade? Or what? Or does she get rebirthed into something else because of the whole body goes into ley lines and soul becomes constellation kind of thing? Hmm. Anyways, let's just finish the story. I don't know. I was just this dude. There's a lot of stuff about wind and moonlight and moons and it was like I don't know. I'm like so thrown off by that. But now that I'm thinking about it, it does kind of make sense in some scenarios. But in other scenarios, I'm getting thrown off by that. Because how exactly is wind and moon like related? Or in like some terms of relation. Not really like related in the sense of like brother and sister or stuff like that. But oh, it's pretty interesting. Now that I'm also reading this, you know what this kind of sounds like? It sounds a little bit like the one of the League books that I've read, and I was talking about it earlier, about the thing with Boreas and the Sharista. This is kind of sounding a little bit like that. Because the Sarista was teaching Boreas how to basically be kind of like human. Like talk and compassion and love and bond and protect and whatnot. Or not really protect, because that was what Boreas did. He did that with the Sarista. And then they like both separated, but while they separated, they kind of had like this little heartfelt moment that what should I do now? What are you gonna do? Are we ever gonna meet again? All that other stuff. It's sort of sounding a little bit like this. But then well, I don't know. Let's just keep on. Because you gotta remember with these books, they say a lot of hidden stuff. There's like hidden meanings in these books. Because it actually is the truth. It's just written as a fairy tale. That's what Nicole says, the official. Kid Fish's Hexa Circle quest. Which that reminds me, I gotta watch the other Hexa Circle quest because I don't have the the rest of the people. Oh, speaking about Hexa Circle quest, I do know I don't know everything about Albedo's quest, but I do know a part of Albedo's quest. Because in Albedo's idle animation, he's drawing a cat, and we find out that that cat was made from Rhine Daughter, and that cat, like people could speak through the cat in like real time, and that's basically kind of like the gist of the cat. So the cat that Albedo is drawing in his idle animation is the cat that Ryan Daughter made, which I forgot the cat's name, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his whole entire Hexacircle quest, because the Hexacircle quest is like really short. It's like 10 minutes long, basically. Um, like 10-15 minutes long. So I'm pretty sure that was the whole gist of it, because I don't think there was anything else added on top of that. The longest one might be Venti, which would be with that like little floating island. Which, like I said, I gotta watch the other ones because I don't have them. But anyways, let's finish Volume 10. Ooh. Got trapped into a dandelion? Huh. Okay. Okay. So the ending basically is kind of like the beginning. Okay, now I see the time loop. It makes a little bit of sense. So at the end, he's basically just gonna reach the beginning. He's gonna start hunting the foxes again, and then he's gonna be hypnotized by one and basically kind of fall in love with one, and then all this stuff is gonna happen, and then at the end, she would turn him into the dandelion, set him free, and then he's awakened through the wish of the animal archon and just does the same thing. Okay, so I see the time loop. Interesting. Alright, well. I really don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, that was a pretty good story. I just wonder, like, exactly who is. Because at first I thought it was the Sarista with Boreas, but that's not the case anymore. But I just wonder, well, two things. I wonder if that's somehow still happening right now to this day. Like, I wonder if there's some guy who's probably like old by now, or maybe even dead, who the hell knows? That who's basically stuck like in this time loop of hunting the fox and then falling in love and then becoming friends and all this stuff. And becoming the dandelion, and then that same fox blows him away, and then he wakes up as a regular human because he wished to be human, and then when he wakes up, he still does the exact same thing. So yeah, I wonder if there's a person that's literally in that scenario right now. It will probably have to be someone over here, if that is the case. Or, like I said, he might be dead already. But that fox gotta still be alive. But where exactly is that sea? I wonder if that sea is near Dormanport. Like near the sanatorium. Because remember earlier, the sanatorium is like near a cliff with enchanted hills. So near a cliff could mean near a body of water. Huh. That could be where the dandelion sea stuff is happening. Possibly. As flower cultivation is big in Dormanport also, besides cargo shipping, so That's another big thing. And if dandelions are enchanting people, kind of like with that story. Again, it adds up. It makes sense. Again, we just gotta figure out exactly who that fox is. That I don't know who it could be. Actually, I really don't know. I don't even think it's anyone that we met yet. I still think it's a Snowland Fae, but I don't think it's anyone we met yet. Met or heard of. Huh. You know, it'd be funny if it's the Snow Maiden that the people in Not Cry mentioned before. But I doubt it. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna end it right there. This was a pretty good stream. Pretty much a good time also. I mean, I should have done this way earlier so I could also end earlier. So I could get some sleep, but that's alright. That is a-okay. Man, honestly, I don't even know when the next time I'm gonna stream on YouTube. Hopefully sooner than later. Because I really gotta start playing my other accounts also. I'm like so far behind on so much crap. I only be doing like events, but that's not really enough. I gotta do the stories also. I could be leveling up people like much higher. And I could be progressing through a whole bunch of stuff also. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Definitely Tuesday going into Wednesday. I would be on Twitch. Streaming the new Archon quest. But I don't know if later today I also will be on Twitch or I'll be back on YouTube. I don't know. I'm not really sure yet. But if I'm not back for a while, which hopefully that won't be the case, but I don't know if I'm just gonna be just on Twitch the rest of the time. But yeah, I'm definitely coming back for Arkanites, so won't be too long of a break on YouTube. Maybe like let me see. What is it, like 2 weeks? Yeah, basically like 2 weeks. I should stream at least next week. At least once. I should do way more than that, but yeah. I don't know. We'll see. All right. This was pretty good though. It was pretty good. Nice and calm. Nothing too crazy. Well, you know, besides theories, theories really went down a rabbit hole. But that's alright. That's what I do, man. That's what I do. And it should be fun to see if I get any of the stuff right in the next update. So that should be pretty interesting. Yeah, alright. I should be back soon. Hopefully. I'm gonna really try. As, Twitch is good, but, like, VOD-wise, well, I mean, VOD-wise, it does pretty good also. But if I put that same amount of time into YouTube, I think I could get it pretty good also. Because I think YouTube is better VOD-wise. So, but we just gotta see. So, later today, hopefully, we'll see. Or Wednesday. Because I will probably, I'm definitely gonna do the Archon quest on Twitch for Tuesday. So, if I do that, then the day after that, I also want to finish the Reed Miller stuff. So maybe I'll do the Reed Miller stuff on YouTube. We'll see. Because while I'll do that Reed Miller stuff, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff also. And I'm probably also going to read. Because I like sort of skimmed through it. But I didn't even go through the whole thing. But we're also probably going to go through this thing. Because that wagtail person that they mentioned kind of sounds like Alice. So yeah. And then also there's this, which this book they mention in the event with Varessa and Shalonen when they were in Dragonspine. They mentioned this book. They mention what is that other book? There was another book. I can't remember. Maybe I see if I see the name of it. They mentioned another book that's like Mondstadt related. And then after that, they mention another one, but that one was like completely new. Like I never even heard of that book before. Cause with that book has to do with like mechs and stuff like that, so hopefully in the future we could get stuff about that. But we just gotta see. We just gotta see. Oh, this is all the stuff where Alice is doing, like throwing hilichurls, trying to hit Celestia. Like what the hell? go through all this stuff also another time. Because, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly. Because I wonder if the person got it wrong. Because they mentioned something about, like, the wings. Like, one of them talked about, it being, like, something related to Alice. That she changed the color from, like, red. Because originally it was blue, but she changed it to red. Because red is, like, the color of, like, reality or whatever. But I don't know if, they got it mistaken from, like, one of these. And it was probably something, like, in her travel guide thing. Or it was something else entirely. So. But alright. Yeah. Hopefully it should be this week again. Because like I said, I'll probably do the Reed Miller stuff on YouTube. That's gonna be like a gigantic rabbit hole that I'm gonna go into. And I don't know. I feel like in terms of talking like lore stuff, I don't know. I think it's just better on YouTube, I guess. Especially VOD wise, I guess. I don't know. Alright. I gotta end. Because I gotta get ready and everything is dying besides the controller. So I gotta charge everything. So, like I said, hopefully later today. If not, I will probably be on Twitch later today. Tomorrow, definitely not, because I'll be on Twitch. Wednesday, probably back on YouTube. I don't know if I'll do that on Twitch. But, definitely this week, at least one more time. Because I don't want to try to, like, but not really try to go on hiatus. Because that's not my intention, but it just sort of happens like that. I just get, like, hooked on Twitch. But, yeah. I should be back soon. Alright. But yeah, I really gotta charge everything. Everything is about to die. So, yeah, alright, that's it.